The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 146. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 146, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to children, the first engrossment.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Ramsey, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker and members. I'm honored to be bringing House File 146 to the floor tonight. This is a bill designed specifically to protect trans and gender-expansive people in the United States, and it's the first such bill ever to be voted on in the state of Minnesota. We are making history tonight, and that history results from generations of people in this building and beyond it who have fought for vulnerable communities like ours. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Because right now, our community really needs help. Gender-affirming care is health care. It is safe, evidence-based, developmentally appropriate, and life-saving health care. That gender-affirming care is medically necessary is a statement approved by 29 medical organizations in the United States. Gender-affirming care is not controversial in medical settings. Those of us who depend on this health care are lucky to be in Minnesota, which has a long history of protecting the humanity of the gender-expansive community, unlike Iowa, where gender-affirming care was banned last night. They joined our neighbor to the west, South Dakota, and Tennessee, and Arkansas, and Utah, and more. Gender-affirming care for minors is now banned in 10 states, with several more having severely limited access by executive authority. The legal landscape for our community in this nation is getting more dangerous by the week, with ever fewer states being safe for our community to call home. Families are losing their health care. They're losing their housing. They're being investigated by authoritarian government actors for the sole reason of who they are. I have countless messages in my inbox from individuals who are asking for help relocating to Minnesota. The situation for trans people in America is dire. People are scared. People need help. They just need a place of refuge. The bill before us tonight does not address gender-affirming care. It is instead a hand reaching out to help those who need help. House File 146 creates refuge. A refuge, first, to access health care, but also a refuge for families to simply rest, to let their guard down, to know that Minnesota has their backs, to know that they can, while they are here, be cared for. That is what this bill is about. Protecting people who are seeking health care, because it is good and just and right for people to have health care. Despite what we will hear about this bill tonight, this bill is not about gender-affirming care. This bill does not change the landscape of health care at all in the state of Minnesota. Gender-affirming care is legal here, and this bill doesn't touch any health care-related statutes. This bill does not legalize kidnapping. It does not legalize child trafficking. It does not force any patient to receive gender-affirming care. It does not force any parent to have their child receive gender-affirming care. There have been many falsehoods about what this bill does. Members, I hope you will look past these statements and recognize what is true. The trans and gender-expansive community is wonderful and weird and full of life and joy and creativity. We deserve safety and security like everybody else, and we need it right now. Minnesota has a chance to offer that refuge. That is what this bill is about. Thank you.
There's an amendment at the desk. There is to be no outbursts on the floor or in the galleries. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moves to amend House Bill number 146, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A8.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment is pretty simple. It says that gender-affirming healthcare does not include treatments that, for a minor, want to stress that this is for a minor, may result in permanent loss of sexual function, permanent sterilization, or permanent change to the bone density or structure of a person's bone. Madam Speaker, I also request a roll call.
Representative Franson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Becker Finn moves to amend the Franson amendment to House Bill number 146, the first engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A10.
Representative Becker Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I have the A10 amendment to the amendment. So what this amendment does is would change the wording of this amendment so that it would read, gender-affirming healthcare does not include treatments that are not safe, effective, and evidence-based, and would encourage support of the amendment to the amendment.
Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. Would Representative Finke yield for a question?
She will. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Finke, do GnRH hormones cause bone loss?
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is not a yes or no question. You'll have to talk to a doctor about a specific treatment plan to have an answer to that question.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And also, before I forget, I'd like a roll call on this amendment.
Representative Franson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. According to the NIH.gov, human clinical trials revealed significant bone loss at the spine, hip, and femur in patients treated with a GnRH antagonist. Thus, osteoporosis and the resilient fragility fractures pose a significant impact on health and quality of life of the GnRH antagonist users. Would Representative Becker Finn yield to a question?
She will. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Becker Finn, under the A8 amendment that I offered, GnRH hormones would not be allowed due to bone loss. Under your amendment, would GnRH hormones be allowed?
Representative Becker Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question. I'm a lawyer and not a doctor. So just to clarify, my amendment would not allow any treatments that are not safe, effective, and evidence-based.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, that sounds like it's a yes for me. Would Representative Finke yield to a question?
She will. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Finke, are any of the drugs that are prescribed to children also given, and by drugs I mean hormone therapies or quote-unquote puberty blockers, are any of them prescribed to children? Are they also given to violent sex offenders with the purpose of chemically castrating the violent sex offender?
Representative Finke.
Madam Speaker, I have no idea.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The answer is yes. One of the common drugs prescribed is Lupron. So it's a pronunciation thing. Leprolian, I think it's pronounced Leprolian, also known as Leprolide, Lupron, is a manufactured version of a hormone used to treat prostate cancer, breast cancer, endometriosis, uterine fibroids, as part is transgender hormone therapy for early puberty, or to perform chemical castration of violent sex offenders. Lupron is a very common hormone that is given to minors for early puberty, a puberty blocker that is also given to violent sex offenders for the sole purpose of chemical castration. Would Representative Becker-Finn yield to a question?
She will. Representative Franson.
Representative Becker-Finn, under the A8 amendment that I offered, hormones such as Lupron would not be allowed because it chemically castrates the user. Under your amendment, would hormones like Lupron be allowed?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's Lupron. I actually took that medication at one point when I was trying to have my kids. So like many medications, there are many uses for all kinds of different drugs. They can be used in all kinds of different ways. Under my amendment, which is actually what's before us, gender-affirming care does not include treatments that are not safe, effective, and evidence-based.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So that's a yes. Would Representative Finke yield to a question?
She will. Representative Franson.
Representative Finke, does Lupron cause sterility in men?
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know.
Representative Franson.
Madam Speaker, thank you. The answer, members, is yes. It may cause sterility in men and menopause in women. The disclaimer also says if you plan on having children, discuss this with your doctor before being treated with this hormone therapy. Would Representative Becker-Finn, Madam Speaker, yield to a question?
She will. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Becker-Finn, under the A8 amendment that I offered, hormones such as Lupron would not be allowed as it can cause sterility. Under your amendment, would hormones like Lupron be allowed?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under my amendment, which actually is the A10 amendment, gender-affirming healthcare does not include treatments that are not safe, effective, and evidence-based.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So that is, again, a yes. Would Representative Becker-Finn yield to another question?
She will. Representative Franson.
Representative Becker-Finn, what examples do you have of the types of medically necessary health care that you believe would respect the child? And please be as descriptive as possible.
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, first of all, again, I am a lawyer and not a doctor, but when we're talking about gender-affirming care, it isn't always, some kind of invasive treatment that we're talking about. Gender-affirming care could be honoring the pronouns of your child. It could be allowing them to dress in the way that reflects who they are as an authentic person. It could be working with your child's school to make sure they're respected in the name that they choose and the pronouns that fit them. Gender-affirming care could be all kinds of different things, but my amendment just clarifies that gender-affirming care does not include things that are not safe, effective, and evidence-based. So if we remember a double negative, I know it can be confusing, what we're saying is that gender-affirming care would only be things that are safe, effective, and evidence-based.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, we don't need a bill to allow for pronouns. We don't need a bill to allow kids to wear different clothing. My goodness. That's crazy. But I will talk about the invasive surgeries. Options include mastectomies, which is removal of the breasts to create a more masculine looking chest. And then we have a surgery that is called a oophorectomy, which removes ovaries. Hysterectomy, removal of the uterus. And we have vaginectomy, which removes all or part of the vagina and seals the opening. And we have what's called quote-unquote bottom surgery, which is vaginoplasty. Does anybody know what vaginoplasty is or what it looks like? Because this is gender-affirming care. It is surgery to create a fake vagina. It involves removal of the penis, testicles, and scrotum. It involves rearranging tissue in the genital area to create a vaginal canal or opening and vulva, including the labia. To create the vaginal canal, it's not just an easy process here. The surgeon uses a combination of the skin surrounding the existing penis along with the scrotal skin. And depending on how much skin is available in the genital area, the surgeon may need to use a skin graft from the abdomen or thigh to construct the full vaginal canal. And that's just not it. Because this is not a natural process, the body wants to heal itself because you have this wound, okay? And so, when this process is done, the patient, the child, will be given dilators. And when they get home, every day, they have to dilate themselves for 20 to 30 minutes on a period of X many times during a day for a period of a few weeks, and slowly increase the size of that dilator so that wound stays open and heals. Certainly invasive. Then there is a I can't even pronounce that word, and neither could a child. If I can't pronounce it, certainly a child could not pronounce it. Metoidioplasty? Well, that creates a penis using your clitoris and nearby tissue. And then there is palloplasty. What does that entail? Creates a penis using flaps of skin from other areas of your body. Like your arm, your forearm, or your thigh. Okay? Now, why would somebody use their arm? Because you can choose between your arm or your thigh to create.
Madam Speaker,
Representative Becker-Finn.
point of parliamentary inquiry. Are we still on my amendment to the amendment?
We are Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you.
Representative Franson.
Yes, we are. Because we're talking about gender-affirming care. And so I'm explaining what the invasiveness of gender, quote-unquote, gender-affirming care looks like. So the arm is sometimes chosen, the forearm here, sometimes chosen for a better network of blood vessels to keep the flap healthy after surgery. And the arm could have a lower incidence of what's called partial flap loss, where a bit of the edge of flap does not survive, so it dies off. The leg has a blood supply that doesn't require a microsurgery. This avoids the low but real chance of a serious blood clot or other artery problems that can occur with using the arm. This problem usually requires emergency surgery to fix when it happens, so lowering the chance for this complication with the arm increases the safety of the operation. And then there's a difference of nerves and feelings once the surgery is done and the surgical piece that was put on heals for sexual nerves. And the arm and the leg makes a difference in that. So they can have good results. 80% of people, I guess, have good sexual sensation afterwards. 15% have a sensation to light touching, but not sexual sensation. And unfortunately, in 5%.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long, please state your point of order.
Under Mason's 101, debate must be confined to the question before the body, and the question before the body is the Becker-Finn Amendment, A11, which is what is medically necessary health care.
Members, hold on just a second. Please try to connect your commentary to the amendment. Representative Franson, please
Thank
continue.
you, Madam Speaker. Representative Becker-Finn's amendment deletes my amendment, okay? So this is how it all ties in. So when you vote on the Representative Becker-Finn amendment, you will be either voting to support everything that I'm talking about, or you will vote against the amendment knowing that that surgery and those procedures are harmful and goes directly to my amendment. So I want you to have the full picture of what you're looking at. All right, let's see. Would Representative Becker-Finn yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Becker-Finn, after hearing that hormone therapy sterilizes and castrates children, that is, and gives them osteoporosis, and that surgeries such as mastectomies, vaginoplasty, and phalloplasty are pretty extreme procedures, and knowing that the Pentagon, and maybe you don't know this, I'm assuming everybody in here does because we pay attention to headlines, especially on this hot topic. The Pentagon claimed children as young as 7 years old are capable of making decisions about the above issues I have discussed. So my question to you, Representative Becker-Finn, do children have the ability to fully understand, and are children able to give informed consent to possible loss of sexual function, permanent sterilization, or permanent change to the bone density of structure of a person's bone?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was a lot to try to follow. What I do know is gender-affirming care encompasses a wide range of social and medical interventions to affirm someone's internal gender identity. It could be things like changing clothes, hairstyles, and appearance. It could be counseling to affirm gender identity, puberty blockers. All of these things are guided by the World Professional Association of Transgender Health Standards and Care. And gender-affirming care is also done under the care of a doctor. So all of the normal things that you would expect of a doctor would be there. Gender-affirming healthcare practices are widely supported by major medical associations, including the AMA, the American Psychological Association, the American Association of Pediatrics, and others. And I would encourage you to go back and watch the actual discussion of this bill, which is actually what's before us, to learn more about what this bill actually does. And I think that would be helpful. I can't speak to things that you've Googled.
Representative Franson. Any further discussion? The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Franson, thank you for bringing this amendment. I think it's important. The Franson amendment is important to clarify and to really get at some of the problems with the definition of this new definition of gender-affirming healthcare that we're writing for the first time into Minnesota statutes. Oddly, we're writing it into a civil procedure chapter, but it is still the first time that we are trying to write into Minnesota statutes a very technical definition about a particular type of health intervention. And Representative Franson, thank you for trying to deal with a problem that I think was very evident in the definition of this when it came before the Judiciary Committee that I asked Representative Finke about in the Judiciary Committee, and that has not been corrected. And so, Representative Finke, in your discussion this morning and in the testimony that we heard in the Judiciary Committee, often referenced the need for gender-affirming health care to be developmentally appropriate, and that will only be developmentally appropriate. And so, Madam Speaker, if Representative Finke would yield to a question.
She will. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Finke, in the Judiciary Committee, I raised the question about the way that the 4 parts of the gender-affirming health care definition use the term developmentally appropriate. The 4th part, which is the part that refers to things like using pronouns or other exploration and integration of a patient's gender identity, does require that to be developmentally appropriate. But the 3 subparts before that, which include interventions to suppress the development of endogenous secondary sex characteristics, in other words, puberty blockers, or interventions to align the patient's appearance or physical body with the patient's gender identity, meaning surgery, those subparts do not require those things to be developmentally appropriate. That language is not in the definition. I asked you that question in the Judiciary Committee, and you said you were going to look into it, and I'm curious as to why that requirement isn't in the definition that's before us. As we're looking at trying to fix that omission with the Franson amendment that the Becker-Finn amendment is trying to gut. So could you help us to understand why the definition does not include any requirement that it be developmentally appropriate in those circumstances?
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Speaker Hortman. And yes, I appreciate the question. Representative Niska, I remember our discussion. I had further discussion about whether or not we needed to add the definition, the words developmentally appropriate to every part of the definition. Gender-affirming care is legal. Gender-affirming care is already developmentally appropriate. For example, no bottom surgeries are that were graphically described. Surgeries are graphic, but those are not performed on minors because gender-affirming care is developmentally appropriate. So we already are practicing a legal, responsible, medically necessary health care in the state of Minnesota. It is called gender-affirming care, and it is done developmentally appropriately.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate Representative Finke's assurance that that is the case, but the law that we're proposing to pass doesn't say that. The law that we're proposing to pass, in fact, can be read the opposite way, that by omission of the language that we're using in subpart 4, in the other sections, a judge could very easily interpret that to mean that developmental appropriateness is not required under the underlying definition. And so, Representative Franson, I think your amendment is a very good faith effort to try to fix that problem in this bill. Unfortunately, the Becker-Finn amendment would gut that. It would eliminate any reference to age, to developmental appropriateness, to age at all. When we're talking, when the definition refers to puberty blockers and surgery. And this is exactly the reason, as we're looking at very technical healthcare questions, that in the Judiciary Committee, which is the only committee that heard this bill, the Republicans moved and had a roll call vote to send it to the Health Committee, and the majority voted down that motion. So here we are. We're rushing it through. We have to try to fix it. The best opportunity to fix this problem, this situation in which we are defining into Minnesota statute gender-affirming healthcare to include puberty blockers and permanent surgery that's not developmentally appropriate, is to reject the Becker-Finn amendment and accept the Franson amendment. And so I urge members to vote no on the A10 amendment.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm confused a little bit about the discussion, because looking at the language that would be deleted, it is about minors. I just heard the author stating that, well, these procedures aren't performed on minors, they're not legal, so it should not be a problem to give reassurance to keep this language. Frankly, some of the concern comes from earlier bills which removed parental notification, parental permission, and the involvement of parents. And the word minor is because society still considers minors as not capable of making all their decisions, especially decisions that are not reversible or are permanent. And that's why in 1.4, part of what would be deleted, permanent loss of function and permanent sterilization. We're talking permanent things. There's a lot of stuff minors cannot do without parental permission. And, permanent things, there are things that aren't permanent, but permanent things are more important because any parent realizes that sometimes teenagers decide something and then change their mind. When I went to college, there was a lot of, experimentation and looking and changing them and making major decisions in college. And they were adults. And, maybe some people, when they're young, know exactly what everything in their life is planned out. Others think and try and change their mind, sometimes change it back, but it's a time where there's a lot of transition in thought. There's a lot of looking at the world around them and making decisions. And because the word minor has and still is taking into account that parents and adults are watching after their children to make sure that they fully understand what's going on, I think this is a very common sense thing because it's really limiting to minors. And number two, it's only affecting permanent changes, of which the author stated about, some of the discussion stated, hey, it's not legal to perform these on minors. I do know several European countries which have decided and changed from allowing certain things to happen to minors, no longer are. But what really puts a pause to me besides this is that the author was asked questions and couldn't answer and is not familiar. That the author of the amendment to the amendment was asked questions and really didn't respond or answer with a detailed knowledge. Well, I'm just, I'm not, knowledgeable, they basically were saying, and repeated language from their amendment. This bill isn't trivial. And this amendment isn't stopping the majority of the bill. It's just saying when minors are concerned, we need to be careful and we need to, keep parents involved and not make permanent decisions before they're adults, which, frankly has been and still is the common practice here and in the world. And I think that's why the underlying amendment was made. It wasn't to stop the bill for adults. It wasn't to stop all the stuff for minors. It said, let's put some barriers to keep it to things that aren't going to be permanent, because there are some people that have gone through the procedures and later decided they didn't want to, and they're trying to go back, and they're, frankly, they've got some concerns, because when you do some of these procedures, you can't procreate. And, frankly, that's, I think, more of an adult decision. I know married couples that didn't want children, and then after a few years, they changed their mind, and they've got several children. But there are decisions at different stages of life that have different degrees of impact across the entire life. And that's why we actually have, I believe, legal definition of what a minor is, because we realize that. So I'm saying if the author of the bill, the author of the amendment to the amendment, don't actually know some of the details, the cautious thing to do would be do a bill with some guardrails on it, and then see how things are working, understand what consequences and unintended or things are happening, and then look at going a farther step. But when we rush to see, oh, we've got this shiny place we want to get to. I grew up on a farm, and I instinctively, when I'm going to that shiny place, I glance down now and then so I don't step in it. I don't think we're taking the appropriate precautions, which the underlying amendment would do, to prevent us from having some things happen that we're going to look back and there are going to be some people saying it would have been better to take a moderate step, maintain parental involvement, maintain a little bit of a guardrail on minors. I really think that the underlying amendment is a reasonable thing to do, and I hope that we can see that together. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will call the names of the members who've not yet voted.
O'Neill.
O'Neill, no.
O'Neill, no. Pryor.
Pryor, aye.
Pryor, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 61 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. We are now on the underlying Franson amendment as amended. Discussion to the Franson amendment. Seeing none, Representative Franson, would you like to close?
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Pretty disappointing here that you gutted the amendment, an amendment that was meant to protect children, from being permanently sterilized, having a loss of sexual function, permanent change to their bone density and the structure of their bones. It's pretty sad that you voted to not protect children. You know, children can't even stay home alone until they're 16, 17 years old, like overnight. 6 and 7, 8, 9, 10 need to have someone there watching them. Maybe even to 11, 12, and then after that, you slowly ease them into being able to stay home alone. But you think that children can consent to being sterilized, to having osteoporosis, to being chemically castrated. I don't even think bonkers even describes this scenario. It is downright shameful. And here we are in the dead of night, when you hope the public isn't watching. Because if they did, if they were, what's so funny? They would be like their mouths wide open, but they're in bed. And quite honestly, to be honest, this bill should have never seen the light of day. So even if it was heard in the light of day, it should have never been heard in the light of day. Madam Speaker, I'm withdrawing the amendment.
Representative Franson withdraws the amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moves to amend House File Number 146, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, female genital mutilation. Super horrific, awful act. Human rights violation. So my amendment clarifies that gender-affirming healthcare does not include the crime of female genital mutilation. First off, I don't think it's gender-affirming healthcare we're doing, but for purposes of the bill in front of us. But let's just talk about what female genital mutilation is. Maybe you don't know. In this body, what was it, 2017, 2018? This body voted to protect girls from being mutilated. Passed. Green board. Nobody voted against it. But I feel that under House File 146, we could create a scenario, and by we, I mean those who vote for this bill, could be creating a scenario where girls could be brought over to the state of Minnesota under the guise of gender-affirming care, simply to be mutilated because it's their culture. We could provide an industry here and a sanctuary for female genital mutilation in providing legal protections for parents and third parties for trafficking their child into Minnesota, where doctors could hide under quote-unquote gender-affirming care. With female genital mutilation, kids are mutilated. They can never come back from that. They can't consent, and internationally, it is known as torture, human rights violation. There are 4 types of female genital mutilation. Type 1 is the partial or total removal of the clitoral glands and or the prepuce, clitoral hood. Type 2 is the partial or total
Madam
removal
Speaker.
of the clitoral
Representative
glands.
Pinto,
Madam Speaker, point of order.
state your point of order.
Madam Speaker, I rise to point of order under Rule 3.21. I'm prepared to offer advice.
Please state your advice.
Madam Speaker, Rule 3.21 prohibits a proposition from being introduced on a subject different from the matter under consideration under the guise of it being merely an amendment. The subject of the amendment here is a crime from Chapter 609. It does not relate to the subject under consideration, which is medical care and the application of the state's laws to the same. It is therefore prohibited under Rule 3.21, and I ask that you find the point of order well taken.
I find the point of order well taken. Representative Franson. Representative Franson requests to appeal the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. She didn't even say that, but I knew she was going to say that. I do see 15 hands. There will be a roll call. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment clarifies what is and what is not gender-affirming care. That's what we were going through, okay? That is what my amendment is. That's what it does. Should be a very easy yes vote. We should want to, a very easy no vote, yeah, but okay. So that is that. So I don't know why we would want to have this issue before us right now.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And
On the germaneness.
What?
We're on the,
Yes.
the ruling of the Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my advice is both the amendment, the underlying amendment, and the amendment to the amendment have crime in it. And the underlying amendment, before, if or if not, the underlying amendment, or I mean the amendment to the amendment was applied, would still have female genital mutilation listed. So the discussion of definition, especially when it was brought up in the point of order, was crime and medical care. I would think the discussion of different types and the definitions is absolutely pertinent to the underlying procedure, whether it's a crime or not, and would help the members to understand. So clarifying what's in the amendment and clarifying so we understand the medical versus crime, I think are really at the core of the debate on the amendment to the amendment. So if we're not allowed to actually know the details, how can we truly make the best decision? Thank you.
Just want to be clear, there was a Franson amendment offered, the A2, and originally there was an amendment to the amendment filed, but the amendment to the amendment was withdrawn. So this is just on the debate of whether the A2 itself, the underlying amendment, is germane. The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, honestly, I don't care whether you uphold the ruling of the Speaker or not, because either way, you're making our point. I really appreciate this point of order brought by Representative Pinto, because what he's pointing out is the Venn diagram between what you call gender-affirming care and what statute calls crime. That's what just happened. A crime on the books, according to what Chair Pinto just said, qualifies as gender-affirming health care under the intent of this underlying bill. That tells us everything we need to know about the debate we're having tonight. So vote however you want. Either way, you're either saying that, yes, indeed, by upholding the ruling of the Speaker, we agree that this practice that we voted just a few years ago is a crime on the books today, is also gender-affirming care, and therefore it's not germane, or you're voting the other way and saying that, no, we might as well go back and repeal the prohibition on female genital mutilation because that could qualify as gender-affirming care. That's exactly the point that Representative Franson has made.
The clerk will take the roll on the appeal. The clerk will call the names of the members who are voting remotely.
O'Neill.
O'Neill, no.
O'Neill votes no. Pryor.
Pryor, aye.
Pryor votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 61 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 146.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, I guess it's secessionism week here at the Minnesota House. On Monday, we struck a blow at the full faith and credit clause, and today we are trying to do it again. Again, the full faith and credit clause is the part of the Constitution that, as Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg wrote in 1998, has the animating purpose of taking the several states from independent foreign sovereigns and making them integral parts of a single nation. We do that by saying that we're going to honor the judgments, the court orders of other states. But on Monday and again today, I guess, we found the places where we're not going to do that anymore, where we as the state of Minnesota are going to put our decisions, our laws, above our constitutional order, where we are, as legislators, are going to say, it doesn't matter if we swore to uphold the Constitution of the United States. We are going to take direct aim at it and ignore the custody orders issued in other states when a court actually has a hearing and decides one parent is to have custody over another parent. If we decide Minnesota law, we disagree with that, we're going to just ignore those rulings now. Completely unconstitutional for the same reasons as we discussed on Monday night. And it's going to be challenged in court for the same reasons that we had a fiscal note on House File 366. We had a fiscal note on House File 366 where the Attorney General's office anticipates this law will prompt a legal challenge. And we had to look into, we had to look at whether the Attorney General's office could absorb that or whether it was going to impose a fiscal cost. And so, Madam Speaker, I have a question for Representative Finke, the author of the bill, if she will yield.
She will yield. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Finke, was a fiscal note requested on this bill?
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Speaker Hortman. No, it was not.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Finke, for that answer. I think we'd like to know why. I think we'd like to know why there's no fiscal note for a bill that has the same problem that was raised in a fiscal note in a bill with an identical provision. It's interesting that we're running bills through this body this way. It's disappointing that we're running the bills through this body this way. Once again, as I mentioned earlier, there was one committee stop for this bill, the Judiciary, Finance, and Civil Law Committee. There's no money being appropriated from the Judiciary Finance budget, and there's no fiscal note, even though this has the same potential for fiscal cost as a bill that we saw earlier this week as raised in a fiscal note in that bill that we saw that we heard on Monday. So there's a lot of problems with this bill. It's flat out not ready. The definition of gender-affirming health care is not ready. Should have gone through the Health Committee. There should have been a fiscal note. This should go through the Ways and Means Committee, or maybe the State Government and Local State and Local Government Finance Committee. And there are a lot of very, very sweeping aspects of this law that are going to need to be, this bill, that are going to need to be sorted out, probably in federal lawsuits that the Attorney General's office is going to have to defend. We're going to have to pay the cost of those, the defense of them. If a parent who gets a custody order that Minnesota now is saying we're not going to follow sues the Attorney General and federal court and wins, we're going to have to pay that parent's attorney's fees because we're violating their federal constitutional rights. This bill undermines the Uniform Child Custody Jurisdiction Enforcement Act. That's the uniform deal we make with every other state. Every other state has enacted that law except for Massachusetts. This is a law that's intended to prevent parental kidnapping, to promote uniform jurisdiction and enforcement provisions in interstate child custody and visitation cases. And now we, as the state of Minnesota, are saying we don't like that deal anymore. We decided some other states have done some stuff we don't like, so we're going to pull out of the deal. But more fundamentally, what we're doing tonight is we're pulling out of our federal deal. We're pulling out of the deal that we made, that we have, as a state, stood proud on the side of our national union, our constitutional union. You can go around this building and find all kinds of stuff about the proud history Minnesota has of standing up for our Constitution. There were some states that tried to break away. Minnesota stood for our Constitution, stood for that we're a single nation, that we don't get to just tell other states that we don't care about their laws. But that's what we're doing. We're going in the wrong direction tonight. Minnesota is going in the wrong direction. We're flouting the Constitution. And we're doing it in a way that's reckless. It's going to cause legal challenges, and it's going to get kids trapped in the middle. It's a bad bill. Vote no.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. I'm happy this bill is before us, and sad and angry that it needs to be. I speak today as a parent, as a father. There's been a lot of strange things said tonight about this bill, but I think it's really quite simple. I ask those of you that are parents to think about your child or children. For me, it's almost impossible to express how much I love my kids. I'd do anything for them, as I believe almost any parent would. Now, think about your kid receiving medical treatment that is absolutely critical to their well-being, to their health. Maybe it's something that is life-saving for them. And now imagine that the government comes in and forces you to stop that care. Puts your kid at risk. What would you do? How terrified and frantic would you be to get your child the care they need? How could a government do this? It's appalling. I think it's shameful. And yet it's exactly what's happening with bans on gender-affirming care in too many places, including just next door in Iowa and South Dakota. We have a chance tonight to send a very different message that Minnesota is a safe place for trans youth, for trans adults, and that parents have the freedom to get the health care their kids need. Please join me in sending that message. Vote green.
The member from Meeker, Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I am a parent. Thank you. I just want to take a little step back and just talk about the youth and how our youth have been impacted, not only in Minnesota, but across our nation in the last few years, and just talk about foundation for our children. I had parents that got divorced, and if we look at the national average of divorced families across the nation, it's between 35 and 50%. It can even be over 50% in Christian homes. So I talk about how does the church show up? How do believers show up? How do people show up and love one another and love our kids? Well, I was 9 years old when my parents got divorced, and I'll tell you what, my foundation was freaking rocked to the core of my being. Nothing made sense anymore. Everything that I knew and trusted to believe true, safe, and sound was decimated. I didn't know what it would be like to live in one place in a weekend and back in a home with a different set of rules the following week, and how you had to prepare your mind and your body to go back and forth, and things that my parents had to say no to and yes to. And in the midst of that time, some pretty horrible things happened to me as a little girl. And I can't imagine today if those same things happened to me and I went to a counselor, what the outcomes would be. So I think about our kids. I think about 2020. I think about 2021. and how our sweet children, grandchildren, neighbors down the street, how they went from their foundation of school, getting on the bus, everything that was normal to them. And maybe some of those kids did have, divorces or a death of a parent or a death of a grandparent. And their foundation was rocked. And then all of a sudden, they all got these, they all got to do school on their computers. They got exposed to doing some fun things through TikTok and, connecting, finding their community again. And it was different. Our community was different. The way that we showed up in our lives was different. And again, going back to their foundation and the things that were introduced to their lives, their little innocent, sweet lives, has forever changed their landscape. So, in looking things up, I'm just going to also just talk about a couple things that I found today. Very alarming and concerning in California. So if you go to PlannedParenthood.org and you look under gender-affirming care, it talks about their services. So our gender-affirming hormone therapy services include feminizing hormones, and it gives the therapies included, I can't even say the word right now, I'm so sleepy. Another hormone for masculinity of testosterone. And the number one thing that I thought was wild was what they're doing in California. In order to receive gender-affirming hormone therapy services, you need to be over 18 years old, or 16 to 17 with parental consent. And there are special consents for these services. So then I looked under that. Gender-affirming services for youth under 16. So we strive to serve every patient to the best of our abilities. We are not currently able to prescribe puberty blockers or gender-affirming hormones therapy to youth under 16. This is in California. Transgender and gender-diverse youth are welcome to access the rest of our services using birth control, STI testing, and treatment, and more. Not every child that is identifying as transgender has had a rocky foundation. I know sweet people that have not had a rocky foundation, loving parents, loving home. But they were allowed an opportunity to become an adult and make those decisions because their parents put guardrails and safety around their kids. They did do things to love on them and support them. They invited their families and their community to love them and see them the way that they are, but they allowed them to grow up. Again, I'm going to go back to PlannedParenthood.org. What to expect on your first visit and beyond. In most cases, your clinician will be able to prescribe hormones the same day as your first visit. No letter from a mental health provider is required. Now I'm going to flip over to gastric bypass surgery that adults have, okay? That process, and I know some dear friends of mine that have done this, could take 6 months to a year to have happen in their lives. And it starts with, going to see their doctor, assessing if they would meet the requirements for that surgery, and there's many different factors included in that. They are required to go get counseling, work with a nutritionist, support groups, and talk about the risks, rewards. The follow-up and the prognosis of that surgery it's not as the outcome is not always there, and that takes time. Whereas on your first day going to get gender-affirming care 18 years or older in California, you can, with no letter from a mental health professional, be given hormones the same day. Baseline lab work is drawn, and then follow-up appointments are made by you, not them. You have to request follow-up appointments, even though you'll have the hormones. All services are confidential except in cases of abuse. And that's the foundational piece I want to get back to. Children are a gift from God to parents. And there are divorced parents all across our nation. And I'm saying, my concern is if one parent is on board, the other one is not on board. We're seeing this across the nation with lawsuits and different things like that. How can we help our kiddos out? So just to kind of go back and just revisit a couple more things because I care about our kids, and this is why I'm standing. I'm not standing to be disrespectful, demeaning, hurtful, hateful, not seeing anyone. I see the youth. I care about kids, and they need space. So again, there's lots of services available, from information on surgeries to changing your name, referrals, therapists, information on hair removal. Again, but the most alarming part, again, is, and they're already doing this in California, is anyone 18 or older who's able to provide consent can start their hormone therapy. Anyone 16 to 17 has to have a parent or guardian consent, unless they're emancipated. People 15 and younger who have periods can come to us for birth control options to stop your period. And again, that's through birth control. Follow-up appointments, once you start your lab work, and this is the part that is, I've been in the medical field, and just understand lab appointments, different things like that. But you'll start your hormone therapy, you'll go in after 3 months, 6 months, and then a 12-month follow-up to check in to make sure you're getting the desired effects and not having negative side effects. My dear friend in California, who's in her 30s, has said doing the hormone therapy, there's nothing that could have prepared her for that. So she's been on and off, and so she's concerned about the health and well-being and the mental health of a child being able to handle those roller coaster rides. Another resource that's offered is fertility resources. Preservation of sperm and egg banking. It's not usually covered by insurance at this time, but we can discuss fertility with you and share options for fertility preservation. Are we going to do that in Minnesota? Are we going to consider with our youth, the youth coming into Minnesota, to talk to them about their eggs and preserving their sperm and eggs? There's vocal coaching options, and again, that's not covered by insurance. Please, members, let's give this more time. Let's give our kids spaces to be kids. No disrespect to anybody who spoke on any grief or things they've experienced or people that they've known that have lost children that have been dealing with this, but I'm telling you what, we're gonna lose a whole lot more to a crazy lifestyle of their foundation being rocked if they don't have the full scope. And also the chemicals that are involved in the process, understanding that cancer and all the risks that are involved, it's not just sterilization. Their life expectancy is going to be different. Thank you so much.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in opposition to this bill. This bill will make Minnesota a sanctuary state for gender-affirming care for minors throughout the country. The bill has many problems, but the bottom line is that it will put into statute a new individual right to gender-affirming care and a new definition of gender-affirming health care that is not supported by science. It will also put minors throughout the country who come to Minnesota at potentially grave harm, and it undermines the long-established constitutional principles of parents' right to direct their children's upbringing. First, the bill has a definition of gender-affirming health care as medically necessary health care or mental health care that respects the gender identity of the patient as experienced and defined by the patient. And then there's a lot more, but I'm not going to read all that. Given that the bill's definition demands that healthcare practitioners provide care that respects the gender identity of the patient as experienced and defined by the patient, this bill is going to limit the ability of doctors to practice medicine according to their best professional judgment and their Hippocratic oath, which says, do no harm. The doctor's ethical and legal responsibility cannot be delegated to the patient members. In what other area of medicine do we say that a doctor has to treat someone based on the patient's self-diagnosis, let alone a minor's self-diagnosis? There's no professional organization that recommends facilitating social, let alone physical, transition of a minor solely based on the minor's request without professional, careful evaluation and involvement with the parents. Indeed, the World Professional Association of Transgender Health Standards of Care, it's called WPATH 8, it was brought out last September. It's the most updated version of transgender standard of care, still supports the involvement of parents in the minor's transgender treatment. When there is an indication of an adolescent that might benefit from gender-affirming care, the WPATH 8 says, gender-affirming care, medical or surgical treatment involving the parents as the primary caregivers in the assessment process is recommended in almost all situations. And they have several other quotes that I won't bother to read right now, but WPATH 8 supports involving parents in these decisions, not basing it solely on the minor child's decision or definition of how they feel. Further, by requiring the definition of gender-affirming care in statute be that the gender identity of the patient as experienced and defined by the patient, we are forcing doctors to accept self-diagnosis that may not be accurate and that may lead the patient themselves to accept care that they will later regret or want to change. Indeed, 80 to 90% of children who experience gender incongruence eventually desist. They stop experiencing gender dysphoria if they do not transition. There was a recent survey of 237 detransitioners, over 90% of which were original females, and they said 70% of them, 70% said that their gender dysphoria was related to other issues. 50% said that transitioning did not help, and 60% regretted their decision. I'm going to go through a little bit of the recent literature on this issue, and I just want to say at the outset that I got a lot of this material from two practitioners in the field. One is Dr. Stephen Levine. He's a clinical psychiatrist and professor at Case Western Reserve University who has supported gender dysphoria and treating patients for many years. He also has served on the Standard of Care Committee for WPATH, which is the advocacy organization I talked about earlier. The other one is Dr. Erica Anderson. She is a transgender clinical psychologist who's been a board member at WPATH and was the first transgender president of USPATH. Since 2016, she has focused primarily on children's and adolescents dealing with gender identity issues. Dr. Anderson recently resigned from both of these groups and has condemned their automatic approval at the request of the child. She notes that adolescents are often influenced by factors that are unrelated to their long-standing, long-term best interests, and they don't have the emotional or cognitive maturity to make the best long-term care decisions. Dr. Levine has also stated that children are held to be cognitively incapable of giving informed consent for life-altering interventions. Members, these are doctors who support the transgender community, who have spent their whole careers supporting transition and transgender care, and they are opposed to giving children the opportunity to make this decision on their own. They understand that children are not capable of making these decisions, as the bill seems to require. Members, that definition should not be in statute, and it will cause harm. Secondly, the bill also puts minors in harm who come to Minnesota for treatment at risk by making Minnesota a sanctuary state for treatments that are not recognized as the best standard of care. According to Dr. Levine, there is not enough clinical evidence in this field to have an established evidence-based standard of care. In 2021, the Royal Australian New Zealand College of Psychiatrists stated, there are polarized views and mixed evidence regarding treatment options for people presenting gender identity concerns, especially children and young people. Indeed, members, more and more doctors are advocating that patients should not be rushed into social transition, let alone life-changing medical transition. Dr. Laura Edwards-Leeper, a renowned gender therapist, has argued in a paper in 2021 that children and adolescents are being subjected to puberty blockers and hormone intervention far too quickly. Instead, she advocated that extended psychotherapy and investigation for potential causes of feelings of dysphoria, such as prior sexual abuse, should be undertaken first. Around the world, as our colleague Representative Quam suggested, countries who have been ahead of the United States in using puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgical interventions are now changing course. The main gender clinic in Sweden no longer permits the use of puberty blockers for minors under the age of 16. Finland has issued new guidelines that allow puberty blockers only on a case-by-case basis and after extensive psychiatric evaluation. There was a legal decision in the UK in 2020 brought by a case from a detransitioner named Kira Bell that requires doctors to now get a court order for using puberty blockers, citing the uncertainty that these can be reversed. The court also set out new requirements for psychiatric care. Another study in the UK in 2020 showed that children who are given puberty blockers had reduced bone density, and their normal growth was interrupted, and they showed no improvement in their psychological well-being. In France, just last month, the National Academy of Medicine urged, quote, great caution when treating gender dysphoric youth, given the vulnerability, particularly psychological, of this population and the many undesirable effects, even serious complications, some of these therapies can cause. Countries that have been leading the charge on cross-sex hormones, puberty blockers, and surgeries are now making psychotherapy, not affirmation, the first approach to treating gender dysphoria. The UK's National Health Service is actually reconsidering their entire model of transgender care, moving from an approach that hurries people to affirm gender identity and instead recognizing that gender incongruence may be transient, a phase for young people. Finally, my colleagues, as we have stated, making Minnesota a sanctuary state and allowing courts to take custody of these children is undermining a long-established substantive due process right for parents under the 14th Amendment. Parents have the right to direct the upbringing and education of their children as well as their right to exercise care, custody, and control of their children. These rights have been affirmed and reaffirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court in Meyer versus Nebraska in 1923, Pierce versus the Society of Sisters in 1925, Parham versus JR in 1979, and Troxell v. Granville in 2000. Parents' authority to make decisions for their children were clearly stated in Parham. The court found that parents possess what a child lacks in maturity, experience, and capacity for judgment requiring to make life's difficult decisions. They also found in the court decision that a child's disagreement with a parent's decision does not diminish the parent's authority to decide what is best for the child. To be clear, the majority in Parham were Chief Justice Berger, Justice White, Justice Powell, Justice Blackmun, and Justice Rehnquist. Chief Justice Berger wrote, "Our jurisprudence historically has reflected Western civilization concepts of family as a unit with broad parental authority over minor children." Citing the 1925 Pierce decision, he went on to write, "The statist notion that government power should supersede parental authority in all cases because some parents abuse or neglect children is repugnant to the American tradition." In the Troxell case from 2000, the majority, which again were liberal justices Rehnquist, Ginsburg, Breyer, and Justice O'Connor, wrote, "The liberty interest in this case, the interest of the parents to the care, custody, and control of their kids is the oldest fundamental liberty interest recognized by the Constitution." In light of these precedents, it is not the Due Process Clause does not permit a state to infringe on the fundamental right of parents to make child-rearing decisions simply because a state judge believes a better decision could be made. Members, this bill will harm children, it will upend the practice of medicine, and interfere in parents' long-held constitutional rights to raise their children as they see fit. Please protect children, support parents' constitutional rights, and vote no.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson. The member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Well, we got a real serious subject before us here tonight, this morning. And I think both sides want to be careful how they speak to this subject. Because what we have before us here is a bill for an act relating to children. Right? Yes, that's the first line there. A bill for an act relating to children, not adults, children. Because I think we all agree that what an adult does with their body is their business. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a bill for an act relating to children, not adults. And I don't think there's a single person in this room that hates children. I don't think there's a single person in this room who hates children. I think every person in this room, on this floor, has a heart to love children. But we definitely have opposing viewpoints, don't we? A representative even said that they were happy with this bill tonight. And mentioned that it's absolutely critical that we do this. It's life-saving. We also heard that They would do anything for their child because they love their child. Love protects. I agree with all of that. I'd take a bullet for my child. Love does protect. And we are opening a door here, folks, members, that is very much potentially dangerous for children. We could be opening the door tonight with this bill that could do irreversible damage to children. What are you talking about, Representative Davis? I'll give you an example here. There's an activist. I'm going to bring up her name. Her name is Chloe Cole, and it's okay for me to do this because it's public record. She actually goes around to state legislatures trying to convince state legislatures not to pass bills like this one that we're hearing here tonight. Chloe Cole, an 18-year-old activist, you see it. I believe it was at 12 years old, and again, this is her public testimony. At 12 years old, she began questioning her identity. Not uncommon for a 12-year-old to do. I mean, we don't have to do a show of hands, but how many of us at 12 years old or 13 years old or 10 years old, at one point, we questioned something about our identity? I know I did for many years. You know, I look back at my childhood, my adolescence into adulthood. I remember, man, those were tough times. It is a tough thing to go from being a child to an adult, and it's so important for us to have loving parents during that transition. But Chloe Cole, at 12 years old, was really struggling with this. And at 13 years old, I believe it was, her parents brought her to a clinic. And she said, they were scared and desperate for answers when she told them that she thought she was a boy, and that their decision to sign off on transitioning her was forced under extreme duress. The gender clinic presented, this is what Cole said, the gender clinic presented my parents with the classic false dichotomy of, would you rather have a dead daughter or a living son? I got to tell you, me hearing that, I would be filled with fear. Well, no, I don't want to have a dead daughter. And so that's what the parents were told. And so they began putting their daughter at the expertise of the clinic that she should be on hormone therapy. And so they started her on hormone therapy, putting her on puberty blockers and testosterone at just 13 years old. And she testifies that she had unbearable side effects. At 16 years old, at 15 years old, fast forward 2 years later, those puberty blockers and that testosterone was not enough. She made the decision to have her breasts removed. And I don't know about on this House floor, but I know some people that right now would tell me, yeah, good. She should. It's her body. Should be her decision. Well, here's the problem. At 16 years old, she realized she had made a grave mistake. and she had discovered her real identity. See, she had this realization, and I'll quote someone much wiser than I, and he's probably not real popular here, but he said this: "He who made them in the beginning made them male and female." Those are the words of Jesus. And Chloe Cole came to this realization that I'm a female, I'm a woman, I'm not a boy. You can read about her story, it's all over the internet. And now today, she can't go back on that decision. What's done is done. In fact, now she's tormented with thoughts of, if I can have a child, which she doesn't know if she can because of the puberty blockers and the hormone therapy. It may have sterilized her. She's not sure. But if she does ever have her own child, she'll never be able to breastfeed that child. And again, we have a bill before us that is an act relating to children. And I believe it's absolutely critical for us to shut the door right here. Because in the state of Minnesota, you can already legally get gender-affirming care. You can. So I do believe it's absolutely critical and life-saving for us to shut the door on this legislation right here, right now, tonight, members. See, love does protect. You know, I've heard from the other side of the aisle a lot. I've heard this statistic, this fact that the human brain doesn't even finish developing until right around the age of 25 or 26. And yet we're, with legislation, opening a door here that is not good. We're talking about children. I want to protect children. Because children can become adults and change their mind, as in the case of Chloe Cole, who wasn't even an adult yet, and she had this realization. We need to protect our kids tonight. We truly do. We do need to love our kids. And we need to protect them from doing irreversible damage to themselves. Please vote no on HF146. Thank you, members.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, let's see if we can wake up a little bit. Here's one of the ways you might suspect you're being lied to. You're engaged in conversation, you're trying to get to the heart of a matter, and the more specific you try to be, the more you try to drill down and really get to the heart of what it is that you're talking about, the more the other side is evasive and obfuscates and it's ambiguous, tries to broaden the view of what it is that we're talking about rather than narrow in and be specific and tell us what it really is. We got that right off the bat, first thing, as soon as we started hearing about this bill tonight. Representative Finke told us what we were going to hear, predicted what we were going to say about this bill, and tried to preempt it by saying, this isn't kidnapping, this isn't about trafficking, this isn't about harming children. All of that is a lie. Then we had, during the amendments that were being considered, we discovered this interesting Venn diagram between what is considered gender-affirming care and what is considered elsewhere to be crime. And in the midst of all that conversation, we kept hearing these things offered in terms of examples of what gender-affirming care might be. Well, it might be, oh, I don't know, wearing clothes that affirm your professed identity. It might be, I don't know, respecting pronouns. That might be what we're talking about. Now, let me tell you why I don't trust that. And I'll just be honest, I don't trust it, that that's what it means. You know why? Because this is a bill, despite what the author claims about what it does and doesn't do. I can read. I have a means of cognition. I understand what I see, all right? This is a bill that exists for the purpose of canceling the parental rights of citizens of the United States who don't happen to be residents of this state. Now, I could be wrong, but that might be unprecedented. A father, a mother, a parent in Alaska, in Washington, South Dakota has been mentioned, Iowa's been mentioned. What this bill says is, if your kid gets here by whatever means, and that's where we have to, in order to get away from accusations of kidnapping and accusations of trafficking, we have to broaden it out and say, well, they got here somehow by an adult acting as a parent. That's the language. Not actually is a parent, not has legal custody, but acting as a parent. The kid gets here, you're their parent, you have legal custody of them, they're your child. But they're in Minnesota, you're in Iowa. And as soon as they say the magic words, I'm looking for gender-affirming care, just like that, parental rights canceled. You no longer have access to your child. You no longer get to lay claim to the rights that you have under the laws of the state in which you reside and in which your child is a resident, visiting recently to the state of Minnesota. That's what this bill does. And, I have a hard time believing that there's a hypothetical scenario where that's going to happen over a matter of what the kid is wearing. It's not going to happen over an issue of pronouns. It's going to happen because of what's listed in lines 519 through 522. Interventions to suppress the development of indigenous secondary sex characteristics, hormone blockers, puberty blockers. Puberty blockers, wow, what a euphemism. We're going to medically intervene in the natural development of a child. And you want us to accept, and what would you start off with? 29 medical organizations want us to accept that that's ever medically necessary, that that's ever life-saving. It's life-saving to poison a kid. And it is poison. Definition: a substance with an inherent property which tends to destroy life or impair health. You're blocking a natural developmental process that is an impairment of health. It is a poison. That might be cause for a custody dispute. Probably not pronouns, probably not what they're wearing. Interventions to align the patient's appearance or physical body with the patient's gender identity. We heard examples of what that looks like from Representative Franson earlier. And again, the language that we choose to use, you got, on one end of the spectrum, you got specific. On the other end of the spectrum, you got ambiguous. And even some of the language we've been using over here tonight has been relatively ambiguous. We've been doing you a favor. We've adopted your phrase, gender-affirming care. We use euphemisms like surgery, treatment. This is mutilation. What Representative Franson described, here's the definition of that: to injure, disfigure, or make imperfect by removing or irreparably damaging parts. Secondary definition: to deprive a person of a limb or other essential part. cutting somebody's arm open and taking pieces out of it, chopping pieces off a person to create a facsimile of genitalia is mutilation. That's what it is. And the language we use matters. Being specific is important. If you care about the truth. If you care about health. If you care about the well-being of the children who we're talking about here. And that brings me back to what Representative Kraft had to say. And I appreciate it, although I find it ironic. Evoking family, evoking the relationship between a child and their parent and the love that we feel. It's interesting, you took words right out of my mouth, Representative Kraft, when you talked about parents being willing to do anything for our children. I got 2 sons, and I've said that, I've thought that. Every parent, every person in this room who has a child has had that thought sincerely and meant it. I would do anything for my child. But you don't mean it literally, right? Like, if your child says, Dad, I want to take an umbrella and go up on top of the roof and jump off it, or if he says, Dad, I want to go play in the middle of a 4-lane highway, if he says, Dad, you know, I'd like to just root around under the sink and drink the prettiest liquid I can find, we're not going to allow those things to happen. We're not going to do those things. We're not going to go along with them. Not because we're not willing to do anything for our children, but specifically because inclusive within the anything we're willing to do for them is stop them when they are harming themselves. And we've all done it. There isn't a single parent in this room or anywhere in this state of Minnesota who has not intervened in what their child wanted because they knew it wasn't healthy for that child. And what you expect us to believe, and what 29 medical organizations expect us to believe, is that it is somehow life-saving and affirming to poison and mutilate. And I don't need to go to school for 8 years and become a doctor to know that's BS. And neither does any other Minnesotan. And that's another thing we heard earlier, in the drift toward the ambiguous, in the drift toward less detail. We heard, well, I'm not a doctor. I don't know what any of these things are. What are words? That's where you have to go. You have to go to professions of ignorance in order to defend this. But I can go down the street to anybody still walking around along bars and restaurants and get a clear definition of what harm is. Maybe a demonstration in this city, right? I don't need to be a doctor to know when I see something's wrong. And going back to these 20, I keep bringing this up, 29 medical organizations, because you keep bringing it up, because you think it's convincing. You think it's convincing to cite the fact that we have doctors and institutions that are willing to tell us things that we can see with our eyes are not true. What you're actually telling us, and what you're actually telling everybody who views this throughout the future, is that we have rational cause to not trust people with credentials. We have rational cause to not trust institutions. I'll give you an example. I won't tell you where I got it from. Some of you may get it. There's a story of a ship captain who got captured by an enemy intelligence officer. He was held captive and he was tortured. And part of the torture involved trying to break his spirit, trying to get his submission. And the way he went about doing it is he sat and he activated this bank of lights above his head. And there were 4 lights, clear as day, easy to see. 1, 2, 3, 4. And he asked the guy, tell me how many lights you see. And he answered, well, there's 4 lights. He said, no, there's 5 lights. Now I'll ask you again, how many lights are there? He answers again, 4. No, there's not. And then comes the torture, then comes the pain. And this cycle continues. And the game is, we're going to continue to beat you, we're going to continue to inflict pain until you submit to affirm what we both know is not true. That's what all of this is. And I refuse to participate. I'm not adopting your language. I'm not respecting your preferences, because you don't own reality. You don't own grammar. You don't own definitions. You don't get to tell me. You're not important enough to provide me with an instruction manual on how to talk to you. Are you kidding? How important do you have to think you are to list at the bottom of your emails? And yeah, I see you laughing about it. Yeah, it's hilarious, isn't it? But what are the consequences for not abiding by it? What are the consequences? What would happen in this chamber if I were to address Representative Finke? Need I continue? What would the consequences be?
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Exactly. Thank you.
State your point of order.
Masons 101, we need to confine the remarks to the question before the body, and the question before the body is the bill. Also, Mason Section 124, avoiding personalities.
Members, I will remind you to confine your remarks to the bill. Representative Hudson.
This bill is premised on a rejection of reality, so there's literally nothing that's not germane. And if you want to continue to call me out of order, we can be here, I mean, what is it, 2 o'clock? I can go all night. Okay? Let's talk about love. Let's talk about children. Why is it that when we say we'll do anything for them, that doesn't include running around in the street? It doesn't include rooting around under the sink for something to drink. It's because we love them. It's because we've adopted the parental mission. The parental mission, my job, the whole purpose of being a parent, the job that I have for my kids, is I need to bring them from the place where I first find them, a place where they're wholly incapable of discerning virtually anything, certainly incapable of making and acting upon choices rationally. I need to bring them from that place all the way through, raising them up to becoming an adult who is capable of successfully negotiating reality. And when I talk about reality, I'm not talking about some subjective, ethereal, philosophical nonsense. The reason you don't go play on the street is because of this thing called physics. The reason you don't jump off the top of the house is because of this thing called gravity. These are immutable, irrefutable properties of existence that do not change. And if you try to live your life in such a way as to ignore them, do it long enough and hard enough, you are going to die. That's the level of importance to abiding by what is real. And the parental mission is to bring your kid up in such a way that the decisions that they're going to make are going to promote their health, welfare, and happiness. That is why South Dakota is passing a law to make these abhorrent practices illegal. That is why our neighbors to the south in Iowa have done the same, because they love their children, because they don't want to see harm come to them. But what we're saying here in Minnesota, and Representative Niska hit the nail right on the head earlier, what we're saying is this is secession week in the Minnesota legislature. We're opting out of the union. Your laws don't mean anything here. And there's an irony to it. We'll see how long it lasts. We'll see if it lasts. Because you can bet this will be challenged. It is unconstitutional. And I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out as a society, as a nation, we already know as a state, but as a broader civilization, I guess we'll eventually find out which side of this debate we're on. Are we on the side of the debate that looks at what is actually in front, that looks at the 4 lights and says, yep, those are 4? Or are we on the side of the debate that insists that lies be affirmed?
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been a long night, and I think it's important that we have this conversation because this is a bill called gender-affirming care for minors. I guess for me, minors is the key word. Why? This bill uses language medically necessary as defined by a child. What is a child's lens? What was your lens when you were 5, 10, 12? I'm not sure anybody's listening because it's apparently a joke to think about what the lens of a child is at 10. But what was your emotional capacity, your maturity as a minor child? A child. The word we're using, child. What was your physical maturity, your psychological maturity? This lens changes. We know that as science. I mean, we know it's part of maturity. What you think, feel at 5 isn't what you think and feel at 25, 46. If we make every decision on a feeling, where will we be as adults? For kids today, look at what the past few years have been for kids. For adults in this room, how your life changed during a pandemic. Anybody here deal with depression? Little isolation? Seniors didn't have any visitors. Seniors had hands at frozen windows. People died alone. Kids weren't with their friends. You ask middle school principals across this country what hurts kids, it's when they're isolated from their friends, especially in middle school. These kids had isolation not for just a snowstorm, but for a long period of time. Does this cause changes that would make you transgender surgeries and all these things? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's a lot that kids go through. All kids do. My kids did. I did. I'm just confused because I've sat through committees in children and families and in other committees in the last 2-3 months we're here, where pediatricians have said children become adults and our brains develop at 25. It wasn't new to me. I've heard this many times. So it makes 0 sense to me how we are doing something as adults with smiles on our face, like we're excited. This is a great thing. Hee-haw. We're going to do something that's going to permanently alter a child when they can't make that decision as an adult? Because what if they change their mind? And if they change their mind, who are they going to blame? Who do they blame? We can have doctors say that this is the best practice right now, but best practice lenses from medical professions have changed many times. We once tied every senior down in a wheelchair when they were a risk to fall. We didn't change dementia. We just don't restrain them. So they fall and they break their hips. So is the doctor from 30 years ago wrong and the one today is right? No, the lens just changed of what's acceptable. What's acceptable changed. The disease of dementia never changed. We still have Parkinson's, dementia, congestive heart failure. We have the diseases. We have medical doctors that have different perspectives. This law, though, completely can violate parents. And this is literally a law that doesn't honor other states, that allows somebody that's not even necessarily a parent to bring a child to this state, to have
gender-affirming services that isn't how you dress or how you want to be referred to or how you want to do anything else, your hair. It's things that it permanently could alter your body. I've had some of these things permanently done to alter my body, so I can speak from experience. I've had a double mastectomy. I've had Lupron for 2 years to shut down my ovaries because I didn't have a choice. I was ER positive from breast cancer. I didn't almost die from the breast cancer surgery. That was a piece of cake. But what really scares me for what we're doing for children is what nobody talks about. 1 out of 3 hospital deaths right now are from sepsis. You maybe haven't heard about it, but it is a severe infection. These surgeries, I've looked at them, they are absolutely serious surgeries. If you take too much tissue out of your breast, you lose your blood supply. That's what happened to me. A surgeon just took too much out of one side. Wounds tunnel to my ribs, tissue dies, you go sepsis, you have minutes to get to the hospital or you're dead. If you're lucky, like me, I went into a heart attack, pulmonary embolism, blood clots. Doesn't go away the rest of your life. You live with it. But I was 46 and had 8 surgeries after from an infection, not the breast cancer. So I think to myself, how in the world would a child, and I don't know what age that is that this is happening because we can't define what the age is. It's minor children is what I know. But I would never wish on my worst enemy for a child to have to endure the surgical complications that I had from sepsis, which is a risk from complicated surgeries. It just is. It's the reality. It's one of the biggest, if you look on the CDC, one of the #1 risk factors for everybody in this room, let alone a child, if you're gonna have surgery, is sepsis. Sepsis kills 1 out of 3 right now, of all ages. Not just old people, 10-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 20-year-olds. It's happening every day. So this isn't something to take lightly. I want the very best for everybody too. And I certainly, as adults, it's a completely different situation. We're talking about adults. We all want to take care of our children and do what's best for your children. All of us do, whatever their situation is. But my suggestion would be to understand the risk factors. If I didn't understand the risk factors for breast surgery, because nothing's talked about sepsis risks. It's not on the little handbook that goes home with you. Make sure you know that if your blood pressure drops to this, you might want to get to the hospital. You don't have any signs. It hits you in 15 minutes. And you go from no fever to 103, and your heart races, and you're basically going into a heart attack. Your systems are shutting down. Children, these types of risks are just as relevant for a child. When you're moving organs around in blood supplies, and you're doing something that's this invasive. This is not a root canal. This is a major surgery. So when you're doing hormone blockers, you can't reverse these things. So these are the types of things that we're talking about for kids, for absolute kids. 10, is that an acceptable age? 12, is that an acceptable age? 15? I ask the question. I mean, what is the acceptable age? It's at the discretion of somebody that may not even be the parent that brings them to Minnesota. And who's going to decide who this person is? The bill just seems to me to go against all boundaries of respect that we would have to have the backs of our neighbors, our states, whether or not they practice the same way as Minnesota, we would expect the same respect. We are operating outside our jurisdiction, and I think Minnesotans have to ask, is this what we want to do? If we do that for this, what else are we going to do it for? How many other things are we going to be this state for if we don't agree with another state? And this has language in it to allow people who are not the parent to bring a child that's a minor child to Minnesota. I'm not comfortable with that. And I hope you're not comfortable with it either. This isn't about just people in divorces. This is about somebody that's not even a parent could bring a child into the state to have their body permanently changed. I don't know that it would happen, but it could happen. It concerns me. Children go through many, many phases. And personally, and from the people that have reached out to me, they all believe that's something we have the right to decide when we're an adult. We get tattoos at 18. We drive at 16. We have ages. We don't drink. We're not supposed to do a lot of things at certain ages. But this is something you can never reverse. You can't reverse it. So if you want to choose to do it to wait till you're an adult, that's a whole nother answer than what we're talking about today with minors. And we have a whole nother topic today that's beyond parents making the decision in Minnesota. It's about allowing other people from other states to come to Minnesota, and not even the parent with the child, which to me raises a whole bunch of other questions. So members, I urge you to think about what it is we're doing and look at the fact that Minnesota doesn't need to be a sanctuary state and put ourselves in this type of vulnerable position for the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
The member from Todd, Representative Wiener.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If only my teachers could hear me now. Shakespeare. I would there were no age between 10 and 3 and 20, for there is nothing in between but getting wenches with child, wronging the ancestry, stealing and fighting. Shakespeare wrote those words 400 years ago. In observation that the adolescent brain is not fully mature until about 23 to 25 years old. And studies from the American College of Pediatrics prove this. Using magnetic resonance, demonstrating that adolescence, nearly every aspect of the brain is undergoing dramatic changes. Changes that are not just genetically determined, but greatly affected by experiences and environment. The frontal lobe, judgment center, CEO of the brain, allows individuals to contemplate, plan actions, and evaluate consequences of behaviors. The inhibition center of the brain discourages individuals from acting impulsively. And this section of the brain isn't developed until kids or people reach that age of between 23 and 25. And this bill allows these children to make these life-altering decisions at any age. The frontal lobe develops connections to many other parts of the brain. That experiences and emotions are processed through the judgment center. And it does not, once again, develop until 25 years old. Immaturity of the adolescent judgment center explains the inability of adolescents to properly interpret experiences and make appropriate and healthy decisions. And there's many more interesting facts and studies that are included about the adolescent brain. and how the College of Pediatricians, someone with a whole lot more experience and knowledge than I will ever have, look at this and say 6th graders who attend science and nature camps, who went without smartphones and digital screen, just for 5 days to improve their ability to interpret facial expressions seen in photos and videos. The displacement of in-person social interaction by screen interaction seems to be reducing social skills. Our kids are bombarded with social media, which influences their decisions. But we as parents are responsible to educate and teach them good behaviors. And we all know as kids, we make bad decisions. As a father, I love my kids. And I want what's best for them. And I want what's best for all kids, not just mine. And even this legislative body, we make laws to protect kids from making bad decisions. We have statutes that say parents of a child is primarily responsible for assuring that the child acquires knowledge, skills that are essential for effective citizenship. It's our responsibility. And this is coming from a place of love. It's not coming from a place of hate. I wish all kids the best. And I understand that some kids go through hard times. We all do. It's easy to forget where we came from growing up. But then to think back and go, yeah, I made some pretty bad decisions. I'm sure glad my parents were there to say, well, my parents were pretty stern. And sometimes as a young man, I needed a little bit of physical discipline, which I look back at, and it helped me. The amalgama, the Center for Emotions noted above, grows faster in adolescent boys than in girls, and there's more testosterone receptors in the amalgama of girls. The hippocampus appears to grow faster in adolescent girls, and there is more estrogen receptors. So when we have kids who are going through treatment and taking drugs to stop the natural development of their body, this goes against nature itself. We hear all the time about following the science. Follow the science. And yet here we are, flipping science on its head. Dopamine, the neurotransmitter more responsible for the feeling of pleasure, has a powerful impact. I'm sure everybody's pretty familiar with dopamine. Teenagers will attempt riskier behavior to achieve that elation, that rise in dopamine. Once again, when we look at social media and how that affects kids, the like button, that positive reinforcement, and that's used all the time. Got to give the developer of Facebook a pat on the back. He understood human nature. He understood what motivates us as humans, and especially as young people. But the outcomes aren't always good. Kids that go through gender dysphoria tend to outgrow that issue. Between 85 and 90% of children outgrow gender dysphoria. Drug use, gambling, video gaming, pornography, and sexual experiences can all become addicting as the individual strives to become a dopamine meditated pleasures. As their brain is under construction and the nerve pathways are forming, adolescents become addicted more easily. That rush, feeling of being part of a group, the desire to be something that is either exciting or where there's confusion. And we all go through it. Every child kind of wonders, do I fit in? I'm not quite the same as everybody else. The cool kids go through it. The nerds go through it. The jocks go through it. We all go through it. But we don't alter our bodies. We don't make changes that are going to affect the ability to procreate. This is beyond nature. I wish the best for the kids that are going through these trying and difficult times. I really do. Nobody wants to see a kid suffer. Nobody. But we're seeing more and more that people who have transitioned and now later in life, and I believe the number, and I don't know if I have it here with me, is between about 6 to 8 years, where detransitioning starts to get to a high number, and people question why they made those choices. Real life decisions, and children going through these experiences do not understand, have not experienced enough of life, and they need the support of a parent. And as I said before, the parent of a child is primarily responsible for assuming that the child acquires knowledge and skills. And when we take away those rights of the parents, when we take the responsibility away of a parent to guide those children through these difficult times, this is dangerous. As one might expect, the socio-emotional system often involves intuitive responses that are made rapidly and unconsciously, as the individual responds to personal feelings, while the cognitive control system is much more reasoned and deliberate. As we get older, we look at our experiences and we say, that wasn't very good. But when you don't have the life experiences to get you to that point, you are bound to make mistakes, and that's where your parents are supposed to help you. Juveniles may be capable of deliberative decision-making by 16, but even young adults may demonstrate immature decisions in making in arousing situations. Once again, adolescents or young adults are more susceptible to peer influences than adults 24 and older. These numbers are there for a reason. We've seen this, and I can experience or share my own experience with my kids, and every single one of them is different. I love them all to death. Well, how one matures is not the same as how another one matures. The chemical differences in especially the female brain as it develops is an amazing process. For no reason at all, actually very much of a reason, something that I looked into quite a bit as my girls got older. It was important for me to understand how the changes that they go through affected them. Something that a loving father does for his kids. Research from the American College again demonstrates that adolescent brain is immature, not just in structure, but in function, and clearly reveals that the adolescent's need for adult assistance when facing difficult and emotionally charged decisions. Time and time again. Trust the science. Talks in here about exercise on the brain, how that affects kids. Sleep deprivation. You know, kids need 8 to 10 hours of sleep. We're going to get a lot less than that tonight. But this is an important issue. This is a very important issue. Alcohol and the detrimental effects that it has on the childhood, the adolescent brain accelerates in the decrease in gray matter volume. Of course, we've all heard that. Not supposed to drink. Not supposed to drink when you're pregnant. Not supposed to use other chemicals when you're pregnant. It affects the child. Just as well as when that child is developing, how we need to nurture and help them out. Social connections. This was a point I found really interesting. Because last night when I was thinking, how do we communicate this? I kind of had this naive sort of attitude, I suppose, that when you come to this situation, this hallowed halls, this environment, this is the conveyance of ideas. It's not one side against the other. It's listening to each other and saying, I hadn't thought of that. I didn't know how that affected you. It does make a difference. I complimented one of our companions from across the aisle the other day for bringing up a point in committee. It's a great point. Hadn't thought about it. But I also brought out how it affects us in our area different. This is what we're supposed to do here. This is how we're supposed to communicate and talk. With respect, listening, not mocking the other person or the other groups. Didn't we say that we wanted to be treated with respect? Everybody wants that. I said when we were freshmen, sitting down at the table, breaking bread with the other side, I said I would treat you the same if we were in the majority as in the minority. If I've ever been disrespectful to someone, I was unintentional, I apologize. But here we are talking about an issue that will affect future generations. And we've seen this, and we've heard comments about how the decisions you make now affect the next 7 generations. Pretty thoughtful, pretty smart. Great wisdom there. When we stop our own children, when we create legislation which prohibits them from carrying on future generations, that's devastating to a society. Every society that does not grow will die. It's like a business. They say if you're not growing, you're dying. If you look across history right now, countries that have a negative birth rate tend to go backwards. And it happens again and again and again. The adolescent brain is prone to seek excitement at a time when the frontal lobe is not mature enough to moderate such behavior. I mentioned before about Facebook, social media. That injection of dopamine into the brain every time you get a like. Almost Pavlovian. when that little bell goes off that you just got mail or just got a like. It triggers your brain. So when our kids are going through this process of maturing and growing up, and those social media, social means of communicating are promoting an idea that says you can change your physical body. That can be exciting for kids, and it's understandable, but it's our responsibility to help them understand these issues too. According to this study, Making Matters Worse, modern media portrays high-risk behaviors as admirable, exciting, and even safe, while discouraging parental involvement that would positively modify the behaviors. There's a clear link between high-risk behavior and subsequent depression and even suicide. Nobody wants that for any kids. There's so much information in this study that it's almost too much to share. In conclusion, this study says, the judgment center is immature, often leading to poor decision-making. The dopamine pressure system is in a state of rapid change, leading to higher potential for participation in high-risk behaviors and addiction. Clearly, the adolescent brain are at a time of rapid development and a time of susceptibility. So when we're debating and talking about a bill like this, it's pretty obvious we have to make a well-grounded, a well-reasoned argument why this is good or bad. And it's not something we want to rush into. It's dangerous. I want to go back to a little bit about the laws in Minnesota and how we use our laws to protect children from making bad decisions. No minor under 14 is permitted unemployment unless authorized by an adult. Voting age, 18. We say that our kids are not capable of making rational decisions until they're 18 to even pick who they want to represent them. Drinking age, 21. And now I believe you can add vaping and smoking to that as well. I think that's changed now. Marriage. You're not ready to be married. I'd imagine there's a lot of parents across the state who have told many young kids, teenagers and even in their 20s, you're not ready. You don't understand. Slow down. Tattoos and piercings. Something as simple as a tattoo and piercing, we say we need to regulate for the safety of our children. And yet, we're going to authorize surgery to physically change their body. Think about that. I've questioned a little bit. They always say follow the money. And I look at these things, and I do understand there are people, there are kids who are struggling, and my heart goes out to them. But I look at this and I think, who gains more sometimes? Philadelphia Center for Transgender Surgery, cost estimates at $140,000 to transition, and about $150,000 to detransition. Somebody's going to make out like a bandit on this one. And unfortunately, those kids are going to pay the price. Not too long ago in this body, and I'll close with this, we heard that a member said they learned everything they needed to know from Mr. Rogers. And I remembered a quote from Mr. Rogers, and I thought I'd share that tonight. He says, "Some are fancy on the inside, some are fancy on the outside. Everybody's fancy, everybody's fine, your body's fancy, and so is mine. Boys are boys right from the beginning. When you're born a baby boy, you grow up to be a bigger boy and then a man. Girls are girls right from the start. When you're born a baby girl, you grow up to be a bigger girl than a woman. Everybody's fancy, everybody's fine, your body's fancy, and so is mine. I think you're a special person. I like your ins and outsides. Everybody's fancy, everybody's fine. Your body's fancy, and so is mine." Thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Ryer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am so proud to be here in this moment. I'm looking around and I know we're preparing to pass legislation that guarantees that transgender young people will be able to have life-affirming care, gender-affirming care right here in Minnesota, and we're looking out for our young people. And first I want to say to all the transgender people, young and old, I see you, I care about you, I recognize you, I honor your beauty and your brilliance. And next I have to say this legislation isn't coming a moment too soon. I'm grateful to Governor Walz and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan for the executive order that put protections in place, even as other states are committing acts of legislative discrimination against their own people. Even as we see lives of transgender men, and especially Black women, taken just because of who they are, and trans men, women, children dehumanized. Even as we see acts of violence and hate-filled speech, again, just because of who they are. It's frightening and it's infuriating. And I can look back some 40 years when, as a young queer woman, I was subjected to threats of violence and hate speech personally. And I think of the many acts of hate my friends and loved ones have endured and still do to this day. And members, my heart aches for the hate that is shown to our trans youth. Imagine how it feels to have adults in your life who should be looking out for you. Instead of denying your value, rejecting you, and refusing to allow you the basics of a kid's life, like bathrooms where you feel right, playing sports, and health care that helps you be your best self. We know that too many LGBTQ youth do not have families who support them, and we know that denial of our trans youth ability to pursue age-appropriate, health-affirming care leads to depression and too often suicide. I don't accept that, and here's my call to action. We'll pass House File 146, along with other legislation that accepts the right of all people to be their beautiful, authentic selves. I'll always be at your side defending your rights. And I call on others, the majority of people in our community, who refuse to demonize people simply for who they are, to speak out on behalf of all who would be harmed, and help open the eyes and soften the hearts of people who perhaps simply have fear of that which they don't understand or haven't experienced themselves. I'll close saying once more to our trans community, especially our trans youth, you are perfect, we believe you, and we love you just as you are. Please vote green.
The member from Cass, Representative Knudsen. The representative from Isanti, Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Just a PSA. It is 10 minutes to 3. We have not done this in a while. My guess is that members who are in their first, second, or third term have probably not done this. I think we've got a dozen people left on the list. Please be safe as you're driving home tonight or this morning. It isn't something we have traditionally done, and I think there's a bunch of us wondering the fact that this isn't a budget bill, why we're here at 3 a.m., but neither here nor there. This is the bill that's before the body in the House, and so we're talking about it. Representative Finke, I appreciate you. I don't know you, I haven't gotten to know you a lot yet. I have learned that in the legislature, one of the greatest treasures is that we get to experience people who come from different backgrounds than we do, and we get to experience different communities and different issues and different ethnicities and all kinds of different things. And the things that I have learned in my time here in the legislature have really, I think, enriched me. Sometimes you hear some things and you learn something and you realize, you know what, maybe I've been wrong about this issue. Sometimes you hear some things and you dig into it and you ask some questions, you get to know some people and you realize, you know, maybe I'm more right than I thought I was. I don't, this is an issue, I'll just be honest, I don't understand it. I just don't. I've heard a lot of really compelling things tonight about the potential risks that this can cause to kids, and I'm sure there are risks on the other side. I'm sure there are kids that don't feel comfortable. I remember when I was 12 and 13 and 14, and I don't know that I knew another kid in the world at that age who felt comfortable in their own body, right? That's a tough time. And I just, some interesting points were made tonight. The stuff that we don't allow a kid to do. You can't get a tattoo or an ear piercing, but we can allow a kid in the state to have a surgery to change their body forever. So I'm listening intently. I've been sitting in my chair all night. I normally don't. I like to wander around. My legs get sore and I'm antsy, but I've been sitting in my seat all night listening. And I'm sure that a lot of you think because I stand up on the floor and give bombastic speeches from time to time that maybe I'm an a-hole or whatever but you know what? Get to know me too, and I think you'll probably learn some things about me and my community and my history and my background that will enrich and enlighten you. One of the best experiences I've had here was visiting Representative Gomez's district after, and I think I was minority leader at the time, after the damage to her community from the riots, and it was not just yours, but we walked, and it kind of demonstrated to me that in districts, my district is, I don't know, it would, and I consider myself to have a small district. My district, it'd probably take maybe 40 minutes to drive from one end to the other, 30 minutes maybe. There's probably some that would take it an hour or two, right? 3 hours maybe. But it was interesting in that day because we walked from, it was your district, and then we walked into Representative Davney's district, and it was just really enlightening. And I think I stayed there probably 3 hours longer than I thought I was going to. But the cool thing about that day wasn't just getting to see the passion for her community that I could see and represent, and the real genuine care about some of the problems that they were going to face that nobody had really thought of. Like, there wasn't a grocery store for these folks in their community anymore, and a lot of other businesses and services. And just hearing and seeing that, and but one of the cool things was I watched how our districts all came together, because I knew that there were 2 other members in my caucus who had constituents that owned businesses in that neighborhood that were damaged or destroyed, and I went and toured those and looked at those, and the fact that they were. And I asked the questions, are you going to rebuild? Are you going to reopen this business? And they said, absolutely we are. And they did. And I just thought that was really cool, right? I mean, because it would have been easy for them to say, you know what, I'm going to take the insurance check and I'm going to get out of here. Like, I'm not going to do this. But they had owned a business in that community and had made an investment in that community and frankly had their heart was in the community, even though they didn't live there, right? And I just thought that was really cool. Sorry for the tangent. But, you know, so I hope that we can learn. I will say that earlier tonight, there was another bill up that in my estimation, or my opinion, only affected the residents in one district in the entire state. The guy who was sitting right in front of me. And I asked very sincerely, and maybe sometimes I come off not sincere, and please give me that feedback off to the side sometime if I'm coming off the wrong way. Sometimes I probably intend to, right? But I wasn't intending to tonight. But I actually said and suggested that a member from that side of the aisle break bread with a member from this side of the aisle and learn more about their district. The same thing I did in Representative Gomez's district. And someone rose for a point of order to call me out of order. To think that I suggested that somebody from that side of the aisle would break bread with somebody from this side of the aisle, and that would be out of order in this chamber? We should require that. We should have a rule that says you have to. I remember Representative Garofalo stood up last year and challenged every member to do it. And that it would be kind of a rolling thing. Once you got somebody that invited you, you had to invite somebody else into your district. So they'd come into your home or whatever, maybe not your home, but in your district to a restaurant, to whatever, and learn more about your district. So I want to learn more about this issue, and because I don't understand it. And I do have grave concerns about the lasting impact this is going to have on kids. The day you turn 18, I consider myself to be kind of libertarian too. You want to do whatever you want, knock yourself out. I don't care. I don't believe the government should tell people what they should or shouldn't do when you're 18. But I do think we have an obligation to watch out for kids that are not 18. And I thought it was interesting that these sorts of surgeries are not allowed in the state of California. I mean, that's how radical this sort of thing is, that the state of California wouldn't allow it, right? So I've learned a lot sitting here tonight. But I appreciate, Representative Finke, the very first things that you said, which you were very honest, and you said, this doesn't allow anything that's not allowed, and it doesn't prohibit anything that's not prohibited in the state of Minnesota. That's very true. So I pressed my button here, and I asked one of the pages to bring me a copy of the bill, and I read the bill as I was sitting here. And as I read it, I realized this bill, and pay attention, members, this bill does not impact a single person in the state of Minnesota, a single resident of the state of Minnesota. Does not. Doesn't apply to a resident of the state of Minnesota at all. This bill is about people from other states who might come to Minnesota and what the laws might allow or not allow in their state. This bill doesn't impact a single resident in the state of Minnesota. But here we are, and I struggled with this. I thought, well, we're going to go all night here, it sounds like. We've done that before. You know, kind of, it's kind of a little bit fun, right? I mean, might as well. We're going to talk about important issues. We might as well be here all night. Usually when we do this, we're talking about a budget bill. We're trying to get the omnibus bills out of here. We are staying here all night on a bill that does not impact a single person in the state of Minnesota. A single resident of the state of Minnesota. Doesn't impact anyone and will not. If you are a resident of the state of Minnesota, this bill will not impact you. It's kind of interesting, we had that earlier bill that also, to prevent a private prison, which we don't have, we haven't had, and we're not going to have. But we had to pass that bill tonight. That's why we're here till 3 a.m. We're doing a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't impact anyone in our state. And the last I checked, this is the Minnesota House of Representatives. We are here to represent our constituents and do the work that they elected us to do. Not a single person in the state of Minnesota will be impacted by this bill. Yesterday, so what is going on? I very sincerely, I'm not questioning your motives. I do understand fully that this bill is designed for other people in other states that might have a law that doesn't allow them to have a surgery. A state, a radically Republican state like California. But the reality is, we had a governor yesterday who had a press conference, and he doesn't have a lot of them, but yesterday he had a press conference about a little library that he was going to put into his office in the outer lobby so people could come and borrow a book, and the only books in the little library are books that are banned in another state. None of them are banned here in Minnesota. A Minnesotan can get them at probably any library. So why did our governor feel that he should spend his time talking about the state of Florida and that somebody there might not have access to a book? Good question. I was on the radio earlier today, or now yesterday, with Chad Hartman, and he asked me about that, and I hadn't really thought about it ahead of time, and I thought, well, my guess is, because I heard somebody chattering the last few weeks about that our governor might want to run for president. And it dawned on me that the governor of Florida is probably the leading candidate for president on the Republican side. And I could only imagine that our governor has a little library in his office because he wants to make statements about what's going on in other states. And while that might be your priority, I don't know that that's worth keeping us here until 3 o'clock in the morning. Because our residents in the state of Minnesota are suffering from the highest inflation in a lifetime. And we have done nothing yet to give them 1 ounce of relief. In fact, we've only passed policies out of this chamber that will make that worse. Crime rates in our largest cities are out of control. You're worried about people not feeling safe in school because they don't feel comfortable in their body? There are people that don't feel safe in your entire community and won't go outside. We're down 500 officers in the city of Minneapolis, and crime rates are out of control, and we're doing nothing about it. Nothing. You want to get a mortgage? Try to get more higher home ownership? Mortgage rates today are more than double what they were a year ago. We've done nothing to give those people help. The fentanyl crisis is killing Minnesotans. By the way, it's killing a lot more Minnesotans than anything even closely associated with this issue. And we're doing nothing about that. Minnesota has a workforce crisis. It's actually creating higher inflation. We're doing nothing about that. We have a mental health crisis. We could do something about that. We're not. Interesting to me tonight, to tie this issue into that, to find out that if you want to have a weight loss surgery in the state of Minnesota, you are required to go to counseling, but not to have a sex change in the state of Minnesota. And not if you are a minor and want to have a sex change in the state of Minnesota. Not required. We haven't done anything to reduce housing costs here in the state. To build a new house in Minnesota costs $40,000 or $50,000 more on average than it does in neighboring states because of our bureaucracy and all of the different agencies and things that you need permits from. We're the 4th highest tax state in the nation at a time when our state has double the highest surplus we've ever had. We're collecting way too much money from Minnesotans, way too much. And they're reeling from inflation, and we've given them no relief. Our nursing homes are in crisis. Many of them are closing. We're finding out that the budget targets have almost nothing to help nursing homes. Shocking. And energy costs are out of control, and this body has passed policies which will double and triple and quadruple energy rates for Minnesotans, with no meaningful plan on how to accomplish the fairy dust goals that are in the bills. So I have to ask you, members, what is it about this bill that impacts not a single resident of the state of Minnesota is so important that we must take it up not only before the priorities that Minnesotans actually care about, but that we have to stay here until 3 o'clock in the morning or 4 or 5 or 6 to pass the bill? That's a great question, and I have a feeling I know what the answer is. I looked up this definition earlier. The definition is the public expression of opinions or sentiments intended to demonstrate one's good character or social conscience or moral correctness of one's position on a particular issue. The term for that definition is virtue signaling. This bill doesn't solve a problem. This bill doesn't impact any Minnesotans. But it does exactly what the governor was doing yesterday in his office when he was talking about California instead of inflation and crime and interest rates and fentanyl and workforce and mental health and housing costs and the 4th highest tax state in the nation. And Representative
Wolgamott.
I'm sorry.
Representative
Maybe he wants the floor so he can offend my colleague again.
Representative Dowd. Representative Wolgamott has the floor. Representative Wolgamott.
Madam Speaker, a point of order under Mason's 114.5. A question should not be permitted that reflects upon the character or conduct of any member or upon the executive or any other official. Representative Dowd is talking about the governor and his character and his motives. He is also definitely not confining his remarks to the question before the body. If he persists in this debate that is out of order, I ask that you rule him out of order.
Members, I will remind you that the subject of the debate is the bill and not personalities. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So tonight I've been called out of order because I suggested someone from that side of the aisle break bread with somebody from this side and learn more about their district and get to know them. And now I've been called out of order because I'm talking about inflation and crime and interest rates and fentanyl and wondering why we're not working on those issues. You can't make it up. I might be saying it in this chamber, and I might be the only one, but Minnesotans are wondering why you're not doing your work. They're wondering why a bill that doesn't impact a single Minnesotan is important. So important to put all of these things off. And you're right, the governor's not talking about these things because he's virtue signaling from his office. And we should not be doing that here in this chamber. Members, this bill's not ready for prime time, and I think you've seen and heard all the reasons tonight and all the questions that we need to answer. And sorry for me being a little passionate, but the reality is this is a sensitive issue, and it is important and it impacts people's lives. And there are people on this side of the aisle that care about it as much as people on that side of the aisle. This is an issue that doesn't impact one political party or the other. This is an issue that every Minnesotan can be thoughtful about. Every Minnesotan can talk about and research and understand and learn from other people about. And that's what we should be doing. But rushing a bill to the floor and passing it out, instead of having the issue where we actually talk to each other and learn from each other, because we are making decisions here that are going to impact people's lives forever. Unfortunately, we're prioritizing bills that don't impact a single Minnesotan's life, not a single one. This bill's not even written for Minnesotans. It's written for people in other states. And tonight, or this morning, That was the priority, not the issues that we were elected to help Minnesotans with. And they're still suffering from all of these things. My guess is that people in Minnesota have died due to fentanyl overdose while we've been here on the House floor. I hope not, but my guess is they probably have. And the data and statistics would suggest that we probably have. That's what you call a crisis. And that's what we need to step up and work together to solve. And when you're ready to do that, you'll have help from this side of the aisle. But we need to stop ignoring the problems that Minnesotans care about and get to work. This bill, again, doesn't impact a single Minnesotan. It's not written to. It's not even for Minnesotans. Let's worry about the people here who need our help now, and let's pass bills to help them. Members, this is an easy no vote. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm so pleased to be here tonight. I'm also very excited to be standing up because it's very cold, sitting still for a long time. As a lawyer, I feel it's my duty to address some of the concerns that have been put forth today. The full faith and credit clause of the U.S. Constitution requires state courts to respect the laws and judgments of other states. But it does not require a state to substitute the laws of other states for its own laws. This long-standing federal principle is a compromise that allows judgments to receive nationwide full faith and credit while allowing states to protect their citizens' lives and liberties from the arbitrary grasp of foreign laws. I've heard a lot about how not a single person in Minnesota will be affected by this bill. The reality is, this is not the first time that our state has stood against cruel laws from other foreign jurisdictions. Northern states resisted the practice of slavery in their own lands by refusing to return escaped slaves back to southern states. And a point of pride for Minnesotans is that we never criminalized or forbid interracial marriage. And as a result, Minnesota never recognized the abhorrent laws in other states that criminalized and forbade such unions within our borders. This isn't new. We've done this before. Maybe not a single Minnesotan will be impacted by this. But I truly believe that we need to protect the rights of trans Americans, and I am specifically saying trans Americans because they are citizens who deserve our respect, our protection. They are human beings. And I want them to come to our state in search of tolerance and safety. And I urge you to recognize that this is absolutely necessary because the nation is currently in the grips of mass hysteria, a moral panic, a witch hunt to demonize a tiny minority in the pursuit of political power. We have a moral duty as Minnesotans to defend trans Americans in the face of this bigotry, to prevent foreign jurisdictions from ripping apart Minnesotan families, to protect the dignity of adults when foreign states deny them health care, break up their families, or abduct their children for identifying as trans. To not bow to this fundamentalism and give people the room to pursue their happiness without having to look over their shoulders and wonder if their marriages, their families, and their very bodies will be criminalized. I don't know about you, but I love being a Minnesotan, and part of what I love about it is that we welcome people, we care for people, we take care of people. That's what I like about being here, and that's what we're gonna show with this bill being passed, that we will take care of you no matter who you are, where you are coming from. You have the right to live your full life and have that autonomy. Trans rights are human rights, and we have a moral obligation to defend them from the bigotry of others. Again, this isn't new. We've done this before, and we can do it again. And I personally am looking forward to voting green on this bill. Thank you.
The member from Cass, Representative Knutson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, wow. January 3rd, if somebody would have said or asked, what is the craziest thing that you could think of that you would be debating on the House floor this session? I never would have dreamt that this would be it. There are a lot of unanswered questions. Clearly, there's many interpretations of this bill. I have a few of my own. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the author would please yield for a question.
She will yield.
Representative Finke, I'm just wondering, what insurance plans cover these surgeries?
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It depends on what surgeries you are referring to. No bottom surgeries are performed in Minnesota on anyone under the age of 18.
Representative Knudsen.
Thank you. I do have another question, if the author would yield.
She will yield.
Representative Finke, if we're taking children from other states and we're bringing them here to provide them with these services, who is going to pay for that?
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The bill doesn't take any children from any other state.
Representative Knudsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the author would yield for another question, please.
She will yield.
Thank you.
Representative Knudsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Finke, I'm really not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to set you up. I'm honestly curious as to what happens when this is enacted. Who is going to be responsible for providing the services that are listed in this bill?
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The process of receiving health care and paying for health care would be unchanged by this bill, and you would pay for it with the insurance that you have as a citizen, or out of pocket, or with assistance, just like any other person who receives health care.
Representative Knudsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've talked about this several times, but I have a unique experience in that I had boy-girl twins. And as they were growing up, they would often play with each other. They would dress up. My little girl would dress up as Superman, Spider-Man. My little boy would dress up as Elsa or Anna, and they would play together. I never once thought that that meant that my little boy wanted to be a little girl, or that my little girl wanted to be a little boy. I still continued to nurture them as the individuals that they were, and eventually they grew out of that, and now she is a little girl and he is a little boy. But that, reflecting on that throughout this debate today, brought me to another thought, and that is, if somebody wants to change their identity, they want to change who they are, that's a feeling they have inside them. That's something that's going on inside them. They can change their clothes, they can change their appearance, they can change their body parts, they can surgically change themselves, they can hormonally be changed, but that doesn't change who they are on the inside. So how are we addressing that? How are we addressing that feeling that they're having inside? How are we addressing the issues that led to the need for that change? How are we addressing the root of this problem? And I guess that's rhetorical. I'm not really asking that to anybody in particular, but it's just something that I thought of. As a parent, this terrifies me. The fact that we're saying that any adult can bring any child into our state to be hormonally, surgically changed without their parents' approval is terrifying to me. It is our job as parents to protect our children. I think we've had several members describe the passion that we have for our children. It's our number one duty to protect them. I cannot imagine having my child taken away, moved to another state, and being forever changed without my support and without my permission. I think that there are a lot of things that we need to talk about before we're ready to pass this bill. I think there are a lot of unanswered questions. I think that there are a lot of conversations that need to be had. But right now, as it is, this is terrifying to me. Nobody, no government should come between a parent and their child unless there's extreme abuse, we debated a bill a few weeks ago that was making sure that our children are allowed to stay with their parents. If they can't stay with their parents, with a family member. If they can't stay with their family member, within their culture. And those are in cases of abuse, neglect, extreme neglect. The fact that we would think that it's okay to take away a parent's rights because they have questions and concerns about these kinds of procedures, these kinds of lifelong procedures. It's disheartening. Minnesota's not ready for this. We're not ready for this. Parents aren't ready for this. And I really, really hope that we can, at the very least, have some more conversations before we pass this. Thank you.
The member from Sasago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have had a lengthy conversation tonight, particularly about children who identify as transgender. And I'm just going to add a brief comment to that. And it's specifically when it comes to protecting kids, right? Because for me, that's what this is about. It's about protecting kids. And earlier this evening, there was an interesting, I suppose it was last night now, there was a story, I read it on KARE 11, I don't know if anybody else saw it, but the Hennepin County Attorney, Mary Moriarty, put out a memo that was reported on, and it was regarding a 15-year-old and a 17-year-old, so two juveniles, who committed a violent murder. But these teenagers are not going to be prosecuted as adults. And this is why, and I'm going to quote the article. It says, "The juvenile brain is not fully formed, and youth are more susceptible to impulsivity, ability to consider risk and consequences, empathy, and susceptibility to peer pressure. Therefore, they should be held accountable different than adult perpetrators." There's a different standard. And frankly, interestingly, I get it. On my side of the aisle, we might say, okay, these kids clearly made adult decisions and they need to be held to account for the very adult decisions that they made. However, interestingly, it makes me view it a little bit differently because I really do feel so strongly that this is about protecting our kids. And again, just a couple of weeks ago, we heard the conversion therapy bill to ban conversion therapy. And I voted yes on that. I supported that because for me, that's about protecting our kids. But so is this. And while most of the bill actually has nothing to do with gender-affirming care, or very little to do with gender-affirming care, Section 5 is a little concerning because it talks about, quote, an individual's right to receive gender-affirming care. Frankly, the bill probably should have gone to the Health Committee because this is not anywhere else in statute. So if we're talking about a right to a certain kind of health care, that should have gone to the Health Committee. It did not, but it says an individual's right to receive gender-affirming care, and that means any individual, regardless of age. And this right is not currently in law. So this is something new that we need to be aware of. And frankly, I think plenty has been said, and I've said it before, but when it comes to our kids, we should move with extraordinary caution. And from my perspective, that really should focus on those medical procedures that have permanent long-term consequences. I'm not talking about gender-affirming care. I'm not talking about pronouns. I'm not talking about how one is expressing their gender identity. I'm talking about medical gender reassignment, which under the language of this bill is now a right for an individual in this state. And there's been lots talked about on whether or not that's a good idea when it comes to kids. Of course, my position is very clear. We should protect kids. And again, I think it's really interesting that just tonight, this memo came out that the juvenile brain is not fully formed, and youth are more susceptible to impulsivity, ability to consider risk and consequences, empathy, and susceptibility to peer pressure. We've been talking about this a lot regarding the cannabis bill, because it's very well documented that the brain is really not developed until 25. And therefore, we should use extreme caution when it comes to permanent, long-term consequences for our children that they really do not have the ability to process and understand at a young age. Now, I'm going to change course a little bit because, again, most of this bill isn't actually about gender-affirming care. This is part of the statutes. These statutes are based on the Uniform Child Custody Jurisdiction Enforcement Act. It's a big title, which basically means that actually 49 of the states, not all 50, Massachusetts did not pass the legislation, but 49 states chose to pass legislation to conform with the Uniform Child Custody Jurisdiction Enforcement Act. And we did this, 49 states chose to do this, including Minnesota, for the express purpose of preventing kidnapping. That is why these laws exist, to prevent kidnapping. That is their purpose. That is their express purpose. And these changes, this bill makes really concerning changes to that language. And I'm just going to go over a couple of those. And really, it's about jurisdiction, right? That's what this is about. This is about legal jurisdiction. Which court, which state is going to assume jurisdiction in a child custody battle? And the first concern in Section 2, it's talking about the initial child custody jurisdiction. And what this is saying is that Minnesota is going to assume jurisdiction if a child is receiving gender-affirming care in the state of Minnesota, regardless of other circumstances. So right now, it is assumed that Minnesota has jurisdiction if Minnesota is the home state of the child. And then there are additional things that fall below the home state of the child. But basically, regardless, there has to be a significant connection to this state for Minnesota to assume jurisdiction. But now we're saying, if the child is here, the presence of a child in the state for the purpose of obtaining gender-affirming care, health care, is sufficient to meet those requirements. So literally, a child can be in this state under this language for 1 day. They came here to receive gender-affirming care. They are here for 1 day. That is now enough to satisfy the fact that this is the home state of the child, or there is a significant connection to this state, which is clearly not the case. This is a really extraordinary exception to this language. And again, this language in statute currently exists to prevent kidnapping a child. In Section 3, it talks about temporary emergency jurisdiction. Now, emergency jurisdiction is only assumed in emergency, truly emergency situations, extreme circumstances. We're talking about things like abandonment, abuse, mistreatment. Those are the kinds of things that are considered for emergency jurisdiction. But under this language, we're going to change that so that if a child is not receiving gender-affirming care in another state, that constitutes the emergency. This is a big deal change to custody jurisdiction law. This is not an emergency circumstance. Section 4, I think, is particularly concerning. And in fact, I would say Section 4 is the singular reason that everyone in this chamber should vote no on this bill, at least for today. Because this needs to be fixed. Because the inconvenient forum, so basically, an inconvenient forum means that Minnesota, or any state, can decline to exercise their jurisdiction if it determines that they are an inconvenient forum. And there again are specific reasons why they would be considered an inconvenient forum. But the thing about the inconvenient forum is actually there's quite a bit of discretion for a judge. The court has quite a bit of discretion when it comes to inconvenient forum. But it does say that they shall consider a list of things. And among the things that they need to consider are things like domestic violence. So for example, let's say there is a family in Texas who are in a custody dispute, and there are allegations of domestic violence involved in this custody dispute. Normally, a judge would take that into consideration when saying, okay, that clearly needs to be dealt with in Texas. They've got the court records, they've got the history, whatever it may be that exists in Texas that doesn't exist in Minnesota. Minnesota is an inconvenient forum. So under inconvenient forum, the court has quite a bit of discretion in considering things like domestic violence. I would add to that things like abuse allegations. And there's all kinds of things. The length of time the child has resided outside of the state. So for example, maybe the child lived here for a year when they were a year old, and maybe the child is 16 now and they've lived in Texas for the last 15 years. Well, they would take that into consideration, right? That would make Minnesota an inconvenient forum. They have to consider things like financial circumstances. Maybe the parent who is in Texas really doesn't have the means to travel to Minnesota and participate in the judicial process here. It just costs too much money. They don't have the financial means to do that. There are lots of different things that a court can consider when it comes to an inconvenient forum. However, under this new language, in a case where the provision of gender-affirming health care for a child is at issue, a court of this state shall not determine that this state is an inconvenient forum. Shall not. Words matter when we are passing laws. This is not may, this is shall. This is now a requirement of the law. If there is domestic violence involved, the court in Minnesota is not allowed to consider that. They are not allowed to consider those circumstances. If this is involving gender-affirming care, they shall not determine that this state is an inconvenient forum. So I go back to the Uniform Child Custody Jurisdiction Enforcement Act. Again, the whole purpose of which is to prevent kidnapping. And now we are putting into law and saying, if you are dealing with a custody issue in the state of Texas, wherever it may be, and you know you're in trouble, because there's domestic violence involved, whatever it may be, abuse involved, whatever it may be, the state of Minnesota shall not determine that this state is an inconvenient forum. This is dangerous. This is dangerous. It is enabling parents in potentially dangerous circumstances to bring a child to the state of Minnesota because they know they will have refuge here. And I'm not talking about refuge for their child to receive gender-affirming care. I am talking about refuge from their domestic violence, from abuse allegations, whatever it may be. This language is a shall not, and it is dangerous. This language destroys the very purpose of the Uniform Child Custody Jurisdiction Enforcement Act. Again, that 49 states have entered into. 49 states have passed legislation to ensure that we keep kids safe. And this bill does not do that. Please vote no.
The member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start. There was a question asked on the floor a few minutes ago, and I think it was meant as a rhetorical question, but I'd like to answer the question. And the question followed a member describing the experience of being a transgendered person and said, what is the solution to that problem? How do we get to the root of the solution of that problem? And the answer to that question is that being a transgendered person is not a problem in need of a solution. And if we could all just agree on that across this country, if we could all agree that transgendered people are not problems in need of solutions, we would not need this bill at all. But because that simple fact is questioned by others, we find ourselves here today. A few years ago, I found myself at a school board meeting, my local school board, Anoka-Hennepin School District, the state's largest. At that meeting, members of our community were asking the school district to consider adopting policies that were inclusive of transgendered students. I am a graduate of Anoka-Hennepin School District. I graduated from Coon Rapids High School in 2002. And when I was a student, the Anoka-Hennepin School District was not a safe place to be if you were perceived to be anything but cisgendered and straight. Slurs and pejoratives were ubiquitous, and violence was common. In the 1990s, the school district had an official policy that homosexuality, quote, will not be taught or addressed as a normal, valid lifestyle. And when the administration of a school district has such a policy, it filters down through the staff to the students, and in particular the students who are not straight, and they are the ones who bear the burden and pay the price. And we did. We really did. And that policy of the Anoka-Hennepin School District, that was just one in a series of laws and statutes and regulations and even constitutional amendments pushed and adopted in states all over the country at that time that targeted the LGBTQ community. The most well-remembered of these were the gay marriage bans that were enshrined in several states' constitutions all across the country in the 90s and the 2000s. And those measures, in turn, were just one part of a long and ugly history in this world, in our country, in this state, and even this building, of using the fear of the other to motivate, to scare, to secure political and cultural power. Back in the 90s, people claimed that gay marriage represented a threat to so-called traditional marriage. In other words, politicians were saying to Minnesotans, these other people and their relationships, they are a threat to you. You should be worried about them. Their existence is a threat to you. Across the country today, in states from Tennessee to Iowa, politicians are seeking to capitalize on fear and misunderstanding to seize political power. And it's those developments that make this bill a necessity. In those other states, politicians are saying to their constituents, be afraid of these other people. They are a threat to you. And just like the discriminatory policies of the 1990s and 2000s had disastrous impacts, this latest round will ruin lives It will divide us. It will spread hatred and fear. No good will come of it, and it will be yet another shameful chapter in the long history of humans being awful to one another. We have to reject the fear of the other. We have to protect people in our community who are being targeted by those who would make them a tool of politics. And we have done it before here in Minnesota. In 2012, Minnesota was the first state, the first one, to reject enshrining a ban on marriage equality in our state's constitution. And the next year, this legislature enacted marriage equality. And the debate over that bill included one of my very favorite moments in the history of the Minnesota House, or at least the part that I've watched. Then Representative Steve Simon, now our Secretary of State, recounted a story from his faith tradition. In the story, a rabbi is talking to his students. And the rabbi asks, when is the exact moment when night ends and a new day begins? And a student answers, says, Rabbi, I know the exact moment when night ends and a new day begins is when there is enough light that I can tell a cedar tree from an olive tree. And the rabbi says, no, that's not correct. And another student says, no, Rabbi, I know the answer. The exact moment when night ends and a new day begins is when there's enough light that I can tell the difference between a sheep and a goat. And the rabbi says, no, that's incorrect. The rabbi says, the exact moment when night ends and a new day begins is when I can look into the face of a stranger and see the face of my brother. Until that time, until that moment, no matter what time of day it is still night. Only then can a new day begin. A new day. And as always, it is our children who will lead us into that new day. I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks that I attended a local school board meeting where members of our community were asking the school board to adopt inclusive policies for transgendered students. And in that room, where school boards of the past had adopted these terrible policies that had hurt thousands of students, 4 students from Coon Rapids Middle School came forward and asked the district to adopt those inclusive policies, and they had with them a petition signed by 400 of their classmates. When I was a student at Coon Rapids Middle School, there were not 4 students, let alone 400, who would have felt safe advocating for transgendered people. So there is hope. There is hope in our children who see the world with so much more grace and understanding than those who went before. There is hope in this bill, though it results from terrible things happening across the country. There is hope in the votes we cast today. There is hope in us saying together, not in Minnesota. There is hope in all of us saying to all of our people, you are safe in this place. It is safe to be who you are here in Minnesota. Members, vote with a hopeful heart. Vote yes.
The member from Martin, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I would like to ask if Representative Hill would yield to a question just so then he has my full attention, seeing as it's nearly 4 o'clock in the morning.
He will yield. Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hill. I noticed that you are an author. You're one of the co-authors on this bill, and you're also an educator. And so I assume that you have got some information and some knowledge about young people. I taught middle school, so I know a little bit about 12 and 13-year-olds. But getting into my question, when you're 21 years old, you can run for the Minnesota House of Representatives, you can smoke, you can drink. When you turn 18, you can vote, you can gamble, you can get tattoos, you can get married, you can enter into contracts. If you enter into a contract under the age of 18, that contract is in fact voidable, according to our state laws. You can obtain student loans. At the age of 17, you can join the United States Army with a parent signature. You can also get a body piercing under the age of 18 if you have parent consent. And at the age of 16 years old, you can drive a car. Now, my question, Representative Hill, and I thank you for paying attention. According to the language of this bill and your own authorship and your endorsement, what is the age in which a child could obtain some form of alteration of themselves according to not only the language of this bill, but your personal opinions? What is the age in which a child can and should receive these changes that could be potentially life-altering?
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative. As I signed on to co-author this bill, I did so because I wanted to support young people. I wanted people to feel safe in the state that I'm so proud to live in, and I wanted to support them in their quest should they seek gender-affirming care. Thank you.
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you would continue to yield to a further question. And this will be the last one.
He will yield. Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hill. So if I'm hearing you correctly, and I may in fact not be hearing you correctly because it's almost 4 in the morning, what you're saying is that if a child at the age of 3.5 were to tell you, "Me, boy," you believe that that child should receive some form of gender-affirming alterations in order to make sure that he is, in fact, as he states, me, boy.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative. As in any health care, that decision will be made in consultation with that child's family and with his health care provider. Thank you.
Representative Olson.
I appreciate that, but in fact, this has nothing to do with parents. This, in fact, has nothing to do with parents, and it doesn't include them whatsoever in these conversations. So that is an incorrect statement. And it does not say one word about a potential age in which a child, according to the Minnesota statute, is an individual under the age of 18. There is no guardrails whatsoever. No guardrails whatsoever. This is a dangerous bill. I am of the opinion that if you are 18, if you are able to go to war, you can make all sorts of decisions about yourself. But before then, we have a responsibility to ensure that we're looking out for our children. When you're 18, do what you want. I'm okay with that. I'll do what I want. But when you are a child, we have the responsibility of ensuring that when a child just says, "me, boy," at the age of 3.5, we are not allowing that individual to make decisions that the state of Minnesota will not even allow you to do in the form of entering a contract. You're never going to let a 3.5-year-old take out a loan in order to buy a car. That will not happen. That contract would, in fact, be voidable. But this is life-altering decisions, and we're saying, go for it. Go for it. This is a terrible, terribly irresponsible bill, and we should all do the right thing and actually incur some reason here. We have lost ourselves in this state. We have absolutely lost ourselves. Let's at least return to some form of reason, please. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, Minnesota. Diversity of thought and perspective. And that'll come a little bit later. I've seen the author in committee when, presenting bills and that. People who have been in committee with me understand I'm an analytical person. I've traveled to several continents, interacted with many different cultures and people, and I'm used to, my mind works at trying to see the different perspectives so I can understand situations. And also, I have my personal guidelines, rules, however you want to define it, but I do not mirror them onto other people because we're all individuals. And when looking at a bill, whether I'm minority or majority, a bill comes before me, I automatically try to look at it and rotate and look at different perspectives, because my job is to make sure to avoid unintended consequences, weaknesses, and issues. And that usually is the majority of what I'm talking about. Now, on this, I've worked with students, kids, in over 24 different schools at many different ages. Some of them across many years, so I see how they change. And, frankly, sometimes it takes years to change. Sometimes it seems like they change every week. And a lot of that's because in puberty, it's very chaotic time, and it's a fluid and changing time. And this bill, in order to avoid issues and consequences, I want all of us to have an open look at the diversity of thought and perspective, so that we don't miss an issue that might come about. Because every person, every kid, every student is an individual. And that's why in education I've always pushed for choice and options, because the best thing doesn't work for everyone. So universal absolutes are difficult. And frankly, and I think I've talked in committee on this before, gender fluidity is not unidirectional, because some individuals change and then they decide to change back. This bill doesn't take into account that some of the treatments and procedures are permanent, so that they aren't able to change back and forth. They're unidirectional. They're permanent. And I would hope that you could look at perspective-wise. We've had a lot of discussions of adults and children, but look at perspective-wise and realize that absolutes are always going to have exceptions that happen to individuals. We tried with some amendments to avoid some of the absolutes. But I heard in the questioning during third reading, the author say the bill doesn't take any child from any other states. And I look again at the calendar of the day, because I trust our staff and their prep work. And on the second line, a bill for an act relating to children. And if you read more, it's children not from Minnesota, from the debate. So I'm not debating that we take up this bill or not. I'm just saying, think about the different ways, the possibilities, and I think you'll notice that this bill isn't ready. I mentioned before that if we take away some of the permanent procedures for minors and children, that then this would be a good bill to go forward with and start, and then see and how we can make it better. My analytical mind looks at what could go wrong, unintended consequences, and I see the probability there will be individuals that will have a permanent thing and choice, and then later in their life, they discover that they want something else, and they won't be able to have that something else because of a choice they made as a minor. So that's all I'm asking is look at it and see what could possibly go wrong and see that this bill isn't ready to move forward. Thank you.
The member from Clay, Representative Keeler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a good day in Minnesota. We are here to protect trans kids, right? Let's change the energy. Let's listen to medicine. We believe that we believe the doctors. We've Googled plenty and have had hard times navigating some of the words that we're finding. But at the end of the day, what we know is that we love children in their most authentic self, in their most authentic version, and that's here in Minnesota. I serve in a border city. I live in Moorhead. You can go right across the bridge to Fargo. This matters to communities like mine. Gender-affirming care is help with mental health support. We know that when individuals struggle in a society that people tell us that we don't belong, it increases the likelihood of suicide. So I'm not going to go on much longer because we've all, I guess, talked about.
Members, please be quiet during the debate so that other members can be heard. Representative Keeler.
And good, I will go on, thank you. So it's important that we understand that the risks that we have here is that we're trying to protect kids. We're trying to be a state that says we love you. And then when we do that, it increases the likelihood that they may stay here, that they may build their families here, that they may begin to love Minnesota like we love Minnesota. We talk a lot about worker shortage. We talk a lot about what's going to make people leave Minnesota and go to other states. And I believe that this is an investment in love. This is an investment in our kids. This is an investment in what we believe is true and authentic. So I am excited to vote green today. Thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hudella.
Madam Speaker, members, Representative Finke, I don't have any issues with you. I don't have any issues with the community. I voted with you on the conversion therapy ban. I'm a big fan of the Minnesota Log Cabin Republicans that I know are following along tonight. That's our gay Republicans here in Minnesota. Close friend who's gay, has a wonderful husband. Wish him nothing but the best. I wish you nothing but the best. You should have all the happiness in the world, every right, every opportunity.
Members,
Point of order, Madam.
just want to, express your views on the legislation, and please refrain from engaging with personalities in debate. Representative Hudella.
Madam Speaker, what I'm getting at is where I do have an issue is when we drag the kids into this. That's where I draw a line. And this legislation tonight talks about conversion therapy, and under that conversion therapy is chemical and surgical life-changing things for kids, for minors that do not have the emotional capacity yet to make those decisions that are going to affect them the rest of their lives. It's just unconscionable. This bill is clown world. It's beyond clown world. It's clown universe. Our side is going to have to come up with a whole new meme that has the little clown drawing with the Milky Way behind it. It's that far out there, and it's just shocking to me and sad that when this passes, and it will pass, that a non-parent from outside of Minnesota could bring a minor child to our state and they would require parental consent to remove a bunion, but not a breast. I encourage members to vote no.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I know, obviously, this is early or late, whatever you want to look at it, but this is important. This really is an important bill, and we are here all night long to protect our kids. We are here for the children that don't have a voice, and we are here for Minnesota, for the citizens that do not approve of this going through. Madam Speaker, could I ask the author, Representative Finke, to yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Altendorf.
Representative Finke, when you first introduced the bill, you had said this is not controversial. That's what you had said in your opening statements. You said gender-affirming care is not controversial, and I'm just wondering if you could maybe expand on that, and why is this not controversial?
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Speaker Hortman, and for the question. I think that's I'm really grateful for that question. In my opening remarks, I said that gender-affirming care is not controversial in medical spaces because gender-affirming care is medical treatment for a medical diagnosis that is called gender dysphoria. It includes providing medication that all medications which cisgender children use at very young ages for various different diagnoses. There are reasons that cisgender children use puberty blockers. There are reasons that cisgender children use estrogen and estradiol and testosterone. All of these are medically necessary for multiple diagnoses, including gender dysphoria, and every major medical organization in the United States understands that gender dysphoria treatment via these medically necessary prescriptions is good. It is an uncontroversial thing to say in medical spaces.
Members, due respect to our colleagues requires that we not speak while they have the floor. Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Finke. I heard you say right now that this is not controversial in medical facilities. And Madam Speaker, if you could ask Representative Finke to yield to another question.
She will yield. Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my next question, Representative Finke, is are you aware that in Sweden in May of 2021 that they have ended puberty blockers in that country? And then also in England in July of 2022, the National Health Service is closing England's sole youth gender clinic in England. I'm wondering if you're aware of those medical facilities in different countries that have embraced transgender care and now, after having it for many years, are turning away from these practices.
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Speaker Hortman. Yes, in my opening remarks, I did specify in the United States, but yes, I am aware of those changes, and I am aware of the reasons that those changes have been made.
Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask Representative Finke to yield to one more question then?
She will yield. Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Finke, I heard you just say that you are aware that they closed and that you know the reasons. Could you please elaborate on the reasons why they did close?
Representative Finke.
Yes, they closed the access for politics.
Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, the answer was it was for politics. I didn't hear it. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Okay, thank you. I do think it seems that there was other issues going on besides politics, and that's something that we need to look into, because if other countries have tried this, they've been doing it longer than we've done it here in the United States, longer in Minnesota, and they're obviously having problems to the point that they needed to close. That is certainly something that the state of Minnesota, and I believe our taxpayers, would want to make sure that we as state legislatures are examining that and making the best decisions for our state. Just to speak a little bit about the age and about the children, because this truly is about children. This is about protecting children. And I know I hear many people say, you know, we respect trans kids, gay, straight kids. We all do. We want the best for each other. There's just no doubt about that. But when we are talking about medical practices, whether they are chemical, that permanently change our body, or they're surgical, that permanently change our body, we absolutely, as adults and lawmakers, need to make sure we're protecting our children. I just want to give a simple example. It's been discussed here tonight several times. To drive a car, to have a driver's license, you have to be 16 years old. You have to be 16 years old. So at some point, adults examined that age that they needed to be 16 and why. I would argue that if you were a 12-year-old, you physically would not be able to drive that car. Your legs would not be long enough. Your arms would not be long enough. You might not be able to touch the pedals. Physically, you are not ready to drive that car. I also would argue that emotionally, you are not ready to drive that car. You might not have the thought process needed to process through what you have to do when you're driving a car. So mentally, emotionally, physically, a 12-year-old, we are all going to agree in this body, I believe, we would not allow a 12-year-old to drive a car because there's actual physical, emotional, and mental reasons that adults set limits for the protection of the child to not drive a car because it would be dangerous to them to do so. In the same capacity, in the same thought, we as lawmakers, we as legislators, we as parents, as adults, as reasoning human beings that have common sense, need to look at these same children and realize that they do not have the physical, the emotional, the mental capacity to make life-altering decisions that will change these children forever for the rest of their lives. We as lawmakers have to stand up for the children of Minnesota. And in this case, in this bill, we have to stand up for children all over the United States that would possibly be brought here because this is what this bill does. This bill is about bringing children from other states to Minnesota, and we are asking our state to protect them, to protect the adult that brought them here. This is unconstitutional. It is literally unthinkable of the situations that our state could be putting ourselves in this legal trap. We have to stop kidding ourselves that this is about children, that this is about protecting children, that we have to give them this transgender care. Just like we would not let them drive a car until they're 16, we should not be allowing a child to go through the transitioning process until their brain is fully developed, which is 25. This is not saying we will not let them transition. This is saying you will do it when you are an adult, when your brain has developed that you can make this decision on your own. To all the transgender kids, I see you, I hear you, I feel you. To all of the transgender kids that went through transitioning, to all of them that regret it years later, 6 to 8 years later, I see you, I hear you, I feel you. And today, I ask this body to vote no against a bill. We stayed up tonight to talk to you tonight because there are going to be children that are going to come back to the state of Minnesota and sue us. And they are going to watch this video. They are going to watch this video. Vote no. Allow children to be children. And the medical procedures can happen when they're an adult, but not under our watch. Vote no.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Lots to say about this very important topic. So I was just reminiscing about a conversation that was had in the Health and Human Services Committee. I can't remember, it was a number of years ago, and I can't remember if it was former Representative Matt Dean at the time as the chair, or if it was Representative Liebling as the chair. But we had this lengthy discussion on what is called a Prince Albert. I won't go into details, but it is a piercing on the genitalia, okay? Lengthy discussion about this issue in the Health and Human Services. Many people had never heard this before, but I was like, okay, what was the discussion on that? So I had to go reread the statute on the professional standards of piercings and informed consent. And so 146B.07, that's the statute, and it is subdivision 2, which is parent or legal guardian consent and prohibitions. And so then you scroll down to C, no nipple or genital piercing, branding, scarification, suspension, subdermal implantation, microdermal, or tongue bifurcation shall be performed by any technician on any individual under the age of 18, regardless of parental or guardian consent. So don't you find that very interesting? That if a minor wanted to have this type of procedure done, this piercing of some sort, that they would not be able to do that until they were 18 years of age or older. To House File 146, hold on. I left my notes somewhere. Ooh. No. I think my notes are over there.
I can go to the next person and return to you.
Yeah, would you? Okay, thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure what's going on. I'm going to keep this really short because everything has pretty much been said, all the main points of this bill. So I will just say that this bill does not protect kids, and it doesn't protect parental rights. And I will leave with one quote, and it's from, I think I sent out this piece from Ms. Reed, who is a whistleblower that worked at a children's gender clinic in St. Louis. And you probably all are familiar with her, but she's a self-proclaimed queer woman. She says she's to the left of Bernie Sanders. She's married to a trans man, as she describes in the article. But one of the things that I think was really telling about what she said, which is poignant as we wind down here today, is this: the safety of children should not be a matter for our culture wars. Let's not put the safety of children in the middle of what our culture war might be. I will end it with that. Thank you for the debate. Please vote no.
Alternating Democrat, Republican right now, so I'll come back to you. The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a lot I want to say about this bill and what is happening in our country right now. But as I was preparing what I was going to say, I realized that the words of writer Sean Fay actually said them better, so I'll share a quote with you. Paraphrasing a little bit. The existence of trans people is a source of constant anxiety for many who are invested in the status quo or fearful about what would replace it. In order to neutralize the potential threat to social norms posed by trans people's existence, the establishment has always sought to confine and curtail their freedom. People are especially vulnerable to the spread of misinformation, harmful stereotypes, and repeated prejudicial tropes. And the latter, unfortunately, are widespread in public culture, just as they have been throughout history. Trans people are discriminated against, harassed, and subjected to violence because of deep prejudices that have been embedded into the fabric of our culture, poisoning our capacity to empathize with and even to accept trans people as fully human. And a lot of the things you've heard today from Republican members are simply not true. And so I do want to talk about what is actually in this bill. This bill does not change what care is available in Minnesota. It does not change, there's no change to health care, how you access it, how old you have to be. None of those things are in this bill. There's no change to health care and what is legally available in Minnesota and how a person would access it. What this bill actually does is provide refuge for people from other states. So, for example, Section 1 states, and this is, I'm trying to summarize these as briefly as possible, but Section 1 says that if there is another state who is going to remove a child from their parent because that parent sought gender-affirming care for their kid, Section 1 says we aren't going to honor that. We are not going to honor taking a kid away from their parent because that parent sought gender-affirming care. That's what Section 1 says. Section 2 is about initial custody jurisdiction. Custody is complicated. There's multiple things that factors that have to be met in order to set up that initial jurisdiction. And the only change in this bill is that to meet one of those elements, the significant connection element, that if you are in Minnesota receiving gender-affirming care, you've now met that one element. You still have to meet all the other elements that are already in that statute. Regarding temporary emergency jurisdiction in Section 3, if it's saying that the kid would already have to be in Minnesota and has either been abandoned, which we know that for teens and trans young people that sometimes is reality, or it is necessary to protect that child from mistreatment or abuse, which also can happen in homes when kids come out to their parents, unfortunately, or the child has been unable to obtain gender-affirming care. All the other things that are already in our custody statutes are still there. The court still has to make a determination based on the best interests of the child. And further, if there's already a court order that's relevant in another jurisdiction, Minnesota is required to immediately contact that other jurisdiction to try to resolve the issues. As far as the subpoenas, and I think this is actually the part of the bill that maybe other than the pieces about healthcare that has been misstated the most regarding unenforceable subpoenas. All this bill says is that if another state issues a subpoena based on a law in that state that criminalizes seeking gender-affirming care, that we are not going to honor that subpoena. If there are crimes, if there are custody orders, if there are other things that apply in that situation, all those things still apply and would still be honored here in Minnesota. So I wanted to clarify those things because I think it's really important. That's basically the bill. And then also the other sections of the bill are saying that we're not going to extradite someone based on the fact that they came to Minnesota and received care in Minnesota. I mean, that's really all that's in the bill. Lastly, I want to talk about, bring us back to why we're here, and that is about protecting trans kids. And I want to talk about the trans and non-binary kids that I know. And the kids I know, luckily, are fully supported and loved by their parents, and they're supported to be who they truly are. I know that we often talk about all the things that are really hard about being trans or non-binary or two-spirit, but the real story is that when kids are not only acknowledged but fully valued and listened to as their authentic selves, they thrive. And if you've ever been lucky enough to be in the same space with a child who is allowed to be fully free and who knows that they are deeply loved for who they are authentically, truly as themselves, it's honestly one of the most beautiful things that you can experience, to even share space with a kid like that. That joy and that freedom is what we want to provide here in Minnesota for all kids, because we think all kids deserve that. So if you and your family live in Florida or South Dakota or Iowa or any of the places where politicians are trying to make it harder for you to be yourself and making it harder for parents to support their kids, you are welcome here in Minnesota, and that is what we're voting on today. So your kids are welcome here, you are welcome here, and we would love to have you join us in our great state of Minnesota. Vote green, members.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So to House File 146, we're talking about affirming a child. If my child has anorexia or bulimia, are we to affirm, or am I to affirm, my child's belief that am I to affirm my child's belief that their belief is that their body image is correct to them? So anorexia, bulimia, mostly the individuals that suffer from this disorder, these disorders, see their body weight as more than it is. They see themselves as overweight, and they have eating disorders because of it. The answer to that would be no. We would not affirm that. And they would be seen by a psychologist, and they would do some tests. They would do blood count to assess overall health. They check their blood panels, vitamin D levels, thyroid levels, those natures, right? And then the biggest challenge in treating these eating disorders is helping the person recognize and accept that they have an illness. Many will deny that they even have a disorder, okay? And then there's some goals of treating anorexia or bulimia. And people with eating disorders, they often have additional mental health conditions, including depression, anxiety disorders, borderline personality disorders, obsessive compulsive disorders, and substance use disorders. But when I hear members on the other side of the aisle saying, we have to affirm my child, this is what it's about, being a loving parent, we don't affirm an example such as bulimia or anorexia. You love your child. Why aren't you affirming the anorexia or the bulimia if the child has that? You just wouldn't. Allowing children to cross into Minnesota, cross border, state lines here for hormone therapy, surgery. Let me tell you about my kids. So, summer of 2020, I think it was about June, it was June or July. I was on the golf course. I know exactly where I was. And it was Islands 2. I had just teed off, and I got a phone call from my son's dad saying that my youngest child had fallen off the mountain bike. He was in the Cuyuna Range and broke his nose. And I asked, well, should we bring him into the clinic? Does he need to go into the clinic? And was told, my ex-husband said, no, he's fine. It's just a broken nose. All right, okay, yep. So he's fine, right? Broken nose. It heals. It's got a bump on his nose, like many of us do have broken their nose. Well, this last summer, he started complaining to me that he can't breathe out of his nose properly and that he has a hard time breathing. And I kind of pushed it off, and he kept telling me, Mom, I can't breathe out of my nose. So I made an appointment with the primary caregiver. He was referred to an ENT. The ENT looked at his nose and said, yep, he can't breathe out of his nose, and they told me the description of what was going on. And he was referred to the Mayo for rhinoplasty, so nose surgery, okay? So we go to the Mayo Clinic. ENT looks at the nose and says, yep, he needs surgery. We will work with the insurance company to get the referral, the things that you need. Okay, easy peasy piece of cake, right? Mayo says he's not going to be able to get into surgery probably until after the first of the year because we're pretty backed up. Totally understand. And then in, I want to say November, we got a denial that my son, who cannot breathe out of his nose, that has been documented by 2 ENTs, one in Alexandria, one at the Mayo Clinic, the insurance came back and denied that procedure because he has another step to do before they would even allow for the surgery. And he had to go on 12 weeks of a allergy medication. I can't remember what it was. It's like one of them. But anyway, 12 weeks of an allergy medication. Okay? Now, I, as his mother, said to the insurance company, I was like, are you freaking kidding me? It is a broken nose. What is this allergy medicine going to do for a broken nose? Nope, we will not approve anything. You have to do this. So the point of my story is, my son had to go through all of these things to be diagnosed, and then insurance to kick back and say, nope, he hasn't tried all the routes, okay, for a broken nose that he can't breathe out of, that he needs rhinoplasty on. So he played the game. My son, my middle child, got his driver's license over a year and a half, almost 2 years now. And this summer, lost his wallet, okay, no big deal. And he calls me and he's like, hey, Mom, do you know of a notary I need this form notarized so I can get my driver's license. And I said, well, I think you should go to your dad's work because so-and-so is a notary there. And he goes, well, are you at home or are you at a meeting? I said, no, I'm at home. He goes, well, then can you come to the DMV? I can't get my driver's license unless this form is notarized. Now he is 17 years old, okay? So as I was driving to the DMV, which is only on good traffic day from my house to the DMV is like 10 minutes, not a big deal. This is what I was thinking. I was thinking, I have to leave my house to go to the DMV to sign a form, and of course pay the money for the renewal of the driver's license, but I have to leave my house, go to the DMV, to sign a form so that my 17-year-old son can get a new driver's license. But there doesn't have to be any parental consent or notification for sex reassignment surgery on children or abortions. And I thought, just what a messed up state we are in, that my son can't get his driver's license. And then later on, I learned that my son can't get his surgery on his nose because he hasn't taken allergy medication. But in this bill, out-of-state children, no matter what you hear from the other side of the aisle, can be kidnapped and traveled across state lines to be castrated. And we talked about the example I used of Lupron, which is used on violent sex offenders. And I think there's like 9 or 11 states that still allow for chemical castration of violent sex offenders. Lupron is one of those drugs that I talked about. They can be sterilized because these hormone drugs also sterilize. And in fact, I think it was the Mayo Clinic that I read that if you're going to go on the hormone therapies, that you should think about freezing your eggs because of the potential loss of being able to carry children. And then, of course, talking mutilation, also known as surgery. And I went through the graphic description of what that looked like. House File 146 sets up a situation where if one or both parents object to pediatric gender-affirming healthcare, the state would either take custody of the child, take over as the forum for the custody battle, and ignore custody orders from other states. This bill, House File 146, legalizes third-party kidnappings for the purpose of gender reassignment surgery on children. This bill allows kidnapping for surgery, where kids are going to be mutilated forever, crossing state lines. In another world, if we weren't talking about this particular procedure, and somebody from Florida wanted to just, there was a custody dispute for whatever reason, and they escaped to Minnesota, or a third party did that with a child, that would be kidnapping. But under this bill, House File 146, things are different. Would Representative Finke yield to a question?
Representative Finke is not on the floor. Representative Franson.
All right. Would Well, what I would have for the bill author, if the bill author was on the floor, a couple of questions. I would ask a question of line 2.22. And that question, line 2.22, reads to 2.24, the presence of a child in this state for the purpose of obtaining gender-affirming health care, as defined in section 543.23, paragraph B, is sufficient to meet the requirements of paragraph A, clause 2, item 1, or item I. My question would be, why does that section not mention parents? That is something that we should know. Why does that section not mention parents? Then, line point 33 reads, the child has been unable to obtain gender-affirming health care as defined in section 543.23. I would ask, why does line 3.3 give custody to judges? What problem is trying to be solved? And then on lines 5.1, reads, in a case where the provision of gender-affirming health care for a child is at issue, a court of this state shall not determine that the state is an inconvenient forum if the law or policy of the other state that may take jurisdiction limits the ability of a parent to obtain gender-affirming health care as defined in section 543.23, paragraph B, for the parent's child. Why does, Representative Finke, would she yield to a question?
She will yield to a question. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Finke, thank you for your patience here. So on line 2.22, why does line 2.22 not mention parents?
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Speaker Hortman and Representative. So the reason we don't have, you can't receive gender-affirming care in Minnesota without parental without parental consent. Like over and over tonight, we've talked about this, but there is a standard of care. There is a whole world in which doctors practice, and you cannot receive gender-affirming care if you're a minor without the consent of your parent.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is going to the Senate. Would it be okay for a senator to offer an amendment to put some guardrails on there that would say that parents would need to, would need to have parental consent then? If Representative Finke would yield to a question.
She will yield. Representative Finke.
Thank you, Speaker Hortman. The Senate can do whatever they want.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And often do.
If
Representative Franson.
If Representative Finke would yield to a question.
She will.
Why does line 3.3 give child custody to judges? What problem are you trying to solve?
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Speaker Hortman. We are providing space for custody cases to be heard in Minnesota.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Representative Finke would yield to a question.
She will. Representative Franson.
Okay, so I heard your answer, but what problem are you trying to solve here?
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Speaker Hortman. The problem we are trying to solve is that if you have a parent or parents and a child who has gender dysphoria, and the parents and child would like their child to receive gender-affirming care, and they live in a state where the right of those parents has been taken away by the government, then they can come to Minnesota. They can do what they, as a family and their doctors, have decided and give gender-affirming care. And if that means having to have a case, a custody case to go forward, that case can be heard in Minnesota, where the best interest of the child will still be the outcome that matters.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm almost done here. I know we all want to go home. Don't be rude. Would Representative Finke yield to a question?
She will.
Thank you. Representative Finke, so I heard that you were talking about both parents or a parent. What if both parents believe that it's not in the best interest of the child to have what you call gender-affirming care? What does that look like then when there is no parental consent?
Representative Finke.
Thank you, Speaker Hortman. No doctor will give that child gender-affirming care.
Representative Franson.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. That's not what your bill says, because it also allows for a third party, which could be anybody, to bring that child to Minnesota. And the night is getting long, and I'll wrap up here. Earlier it was said that, quote unquote, no bottom surgeries are performed under the age of 18. But I question, I won't even ask you to yield, but because of time. But what if that child was under the age of 18 and that child said that the intervention they wanted, which is what Representative Finke had referred to as bottom surgery, because in your bill, House File 146, under 5.21, the language reads, well, first off, 5.16, we'll back it up. Gender-affirming healthcare means medically necessary healthcare or mental health care that respects the gender identity of the patient as experienced and defined by the patient. That may include, but is not limited to, and then I'll skip down to line 5.21, interventions to align the patient's appearance or physical body with the patient's gender identity. Nowhere in the bill does it say won't be done under the age of 18. Jazz Jennings, I think that last name was Jennings, was 17 years old when bottom surgery was done. 17. Members, this is a serious bill. It should have gone to the Health Committee for discussions on the off-label use of drugs used to treat cancer patients, or for drugs that are used to chemically castrate violent sexual criminals. And those same drugs now are being used as an off-label to treat kids with gender dysphoria. I really think that we should have had a discussion in the Health Committee on what surgery looks like, what those interventions look like. I ask you to stand up, protect children, put your politics aside, and do what's best, and vote no on House File 146.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Kozlowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is a historic night and a historic moment, and I couldn't be prouder to be standing here as a member of our beautiful, amazing trans and gender expansive community, as the first non-binary state representative alongside my partner in justice and the first trans woman, trans person to represent the state of Minnesota here at the legislature. No doubt it is a curious place to be, coming into the chambers where there are literal calls for the removal of our existence, and at the same time, incredibly grateful to be here in the state of Minnesota, where we have some of the strongest cultural as well as legal protections for folks like us. And here in Minnesota, one thing I know is true about our people is we don't slam the door shut. We hold it open, and in fact, we build bridges for everybody else coming behind. And this week, The Human Rights Campaign released a report showing that over 50% of transgender youth ages 13 to 17 have lost or are at risk of losing access to age-appropriate, medically necessary, gender-affirming care in their state, care in which many cases is life-saving and life-extending. Now, anyone who tells you kids don't know who they are or what they want for their gender identity and who they are as people are either not telling you the truth or you don't know trans and gender expansive people, which data also shows that that is probably most likely because most people do not know trans or gender expansive people. And the report also shows that 32% of folks know their gender identity by the age of 10 years or younger. For me, I knew by the time I was 6. Bottom line, a trans child is trans whether you let them transition or not. And folks who claim to want to protect kids, well, that's what we're doing here with the Trans Refuge Bill. And we refuse to be erased and silenced or criminalized anymore. And standing here and listening to the rhetoric in the conversation tonight and the landscape of the anti-trans attacks on our people, it's hard to imagine why that is happening and why this conversation, but I know why it is. And I know that it is because there is a concerted effort to put trans kids, gender expansive kids, in danger, to legislate health disparities and hate with the sole purpose of removing us from public life. And families are terrified. Families who have been here in the chamber with us, families reaching out, wondering how they're supposed to assess their risk of staying in their home states they do not want to leave, who feel like they don't have any other option. And standing here as the grown-ups, as a parent myself, many of us parents in this chamber, we know that bottom line is we need to protect our kids, that we would move mountains to have our communities' backs, and that is what it is we are doing here today, and why we are doing that for folks who are not yet or soon to be Minnesotans. And the rhetoric and cries out there are as if there are two sides of this issue, as if both sides are valid, as if gender expansive people are new. In fact, they are not. We heard references to bills we heard recently, and I'll remind you and take you back that two-spirit people like me, Indigenous, Black, and people of color have existed and predated the country that we know as America. Reminder of boarding schools, that they first came for two-spirit people, and that's something that my elders reminded me this weekend as I sat in ceremony, that we are trying to pick back up because of what was taken and disconnected from us. So tonight we heard a lot that was spewed out there that actually defies science and fact and nature and reality. And I was sitting here thinking about Toni Morrison, who says, if you want to fly, you got to let go of the things that weigh you down. And I think about those things that have weighed me down in my life as stepping into the fullness of who I am as a non-binary and two-spirit person. And I think about how I whispered to my friend, in another life, I would be all of who I am, two-spirit. And they said, why not in this lifetime? And I also stand here, and we're taking in, me and my friend, Representative Finke, a lot about us from people who have never actually used gender-affirming care, from people who do not identify as being gender expansive or trans. And as somebody who actually accesses life-extending gender-affirming care, I want to take you back to what it really is. For many of us, it's different. But for me, it's accessing mental health supports. It includes using and affirming pronouns, which we're practicing here at the state capitol, chest binding, yes, gender hormone treatment, and beyond. And the thing I want to reinforce that Rep. Finke just did is that if anybody tells you that youth are being forced to have surgery without parental consent, that is a literal lie. That is a literal lie we heard from actual doctors today who take care and work with families, who work with parents and guardians and with young people to make sure that there's consent and to make sure that the care is age appropriate and it is evidence-based. And even as an adult who accesses gender-affirming care, it is a discerning process. It is not something that is just handed out. It can be difficult. I also know that there are lots of different ways in which the medications and the hormone treatments, there's a lot of talk about it being permanent. In many cases, it's temporary. And so what I just want you to take away is to stop scaring people, to let go of the lies and let's trust the science and the doctors. And queer, trans, and youth are telling us that this bill that will help to ensure access to gender-affirming care that's already here, safe and legal and evidence-based, will simply protect trans and gender-expansive people, their supportive families, and providers as other states restrict access to this critical care, that our youth are telling us that this is rad, that this is really rad, that we're a place that has really strong protections and we're a place that is gonna make sure that those protections are afforded to everybody who needs it and deserves it and relies on it. And I think that's pretty rad too. And I was also sitting here thinking that the gender binary hurts all of us. And I think that was showcased in some of the reading. I don't know what children's book that was. And I walked outside and I saw a protester that had a hat that said, "Gender is a hoax." And honestly, I couldn't agree more that the gender binary we're forced to back into is predicated off the fact that we are not real, that people here in these rooms and behind us and around us, that we aren't supposed to exist. And it is as if we're transgressing that you think what is natural is gendered clothing. I can tell you that my kiddo knows that clothes are just clothes. When we walk into Target, there's the boys' clothes and the girls' clothes and the men's and the women's. And at the end of the day, we're all just out here trying to live our best, incandescent, bright, glowing, fashionable lives. But I also want to take us back to the fact that what I heard today and what we've been hearing in the political landscape is things as clothing and the gender binary is as if we're walking billboards for our genitalia. And I got to tell you that, you know, I was recently with one of our young trans youth, and they said, "Don't ask me inappropriate questions. I'll answer your questions that you're interested in, but there are questions that are inappropriate." And I have to say that some of the things here, I don't know why the obsession with our body parts. I heard a lot of talk about nipples and tongues and other parts that are invasive and inappropriate to be talking about our children's and adults' bodies in ways that aren't age appropriate. And I think that this is seeped in the cultural myth that we're peculiar, that we're transgressive, that we're breaking something. And even those things and those norms and those binaries that we're allegedly breaking don't exist. And so what I know is that the only gender rules that exist is that there aren't gender rules. We've made them up. So people question and they even laugh at us for existing as radiantly as we do. And we show you that you don't have to clip your wings or exist as an abbreviated version of yourself. That's what trans youth and non-binary and gender-expansive people do. We are a template of how to have the audacity to love yourself fully and live deeply. And tonight, we heard those things spewed that defy actual science and facts, that attack LGBTQ children, culture, and people, that do nothing to actually address the issues facing us, the issues like housing and economic injustices. And I heard tonight that on discussion of another bill that I think applied so perfectly to what we're doing here that I too think it is cavalier that we can so easily seek to hurt people. That we make bills and we're willing to pass laws as politicians that would have people sell their businesses and change schools and move their kids across the country without realizing that we're hurting people. And tonight, what we have in front of us and with our green buttons is the opportunity to help people who need it and who need it right now and who needed it last week. And that's why we passed the executive order. And I also want to say to all the politicians out there, here in this chamber and across our country and the world, frankly, that you picked the wrong community to pick on. And that when our community is attempted to be erased and silenced and eradicated, that I can tell you the thing I know about us is that we are inconquerable. Our spirits do not give up, and we are just getting started. And so we will win these fights for our human rights, not just for Minnesotans, but for everybody. We will win for our communities, and we will win because our priorities are queer. We are here for radical belonging and love and joy. And here's the great gay agenda secret, not so secret. We want to live. We want our trans youth and our gender expansive people to live. We have a life expectancy that is shameful, that the average age of a trans and gender expansive person like us is 35. We want to grow old to become transcestors, to pass on to our next 7th generations goodness and life and beauty. And the thing about queer folks, about us gender expansive people, is that really great at taking the pain and even the calls for our erasure and our eradication and our hardship, and we support each other through it. And we turn that into something beautiful, and we turn it inside out. And so a vote for this trans refuge bill sends a really clear and powerful message that our love for our people, for trans youth, is stronger than anyone's hate, fear, or cruelty. And I leave you with this. Words from a poem. Who's the poet, our favorite poet that you shared with me today? Andrea Gibson. I know how much the pain of this world weighs, but we can still tip the scales in light's direction towards love. So come be everything you are in this world, and I promise you that Minnesota will always be a landing place, a cocoon, a nest, a place of refuge, and we will never stop fighting for you in that just and liberated world that we're going to create and pick back up together.
The member from Stearns, Representative Tabeth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It has been a long number of hours that we have spent over the last, yesterday and today already. But I have a few comments that I would like to make. But first, I would like to thank our desk staff and our Sergeant at Arms and department for being with us as we have debated what matters to Minnesota. Thank you very much for being here. And the discussion that we have had and the bill that is in front of us tonight, this morning, I guess, the bill that is in front of us. When we debate things and we see things differently and we disagree, that doesn't always mean hate, and it doesn't always mean disrespect. And I have to tell you that some of our discussion tonight has been enlightening. It's been things that I have not understood or heard. It has been graphic. And yet, if we're going to make decisions on laws in Minnesota, we have to do that in a way that allows us to understand what the words in the bill actually do and actually mean, because we are policy makers, and that goes on. I know I have also heard a number of times that it would be, any gender-affirming care would be with a parent's permission or awareness, but yet when I look at the actual bill, Section 5, starting on line 5.10 or 5.1, that's a new section of law that talks about the individual's right to receive gender-affirming health care. Failure to comply with the subpoena seeking information related to a person or an entity allowing or assisting a child. Members, this bill is about children. This is not about adults making permanent decisions, but this bill is about children. And we need to keep that in mind as we vote tonight, because in no place in this bill did I find an age. I heard it, but it's not reflected in the bill. An individual could be any age, and we need to be very, very cautious about that. But this bill would make Minnesota a sanctuary state for transgender health care, but it does fail to include reasonable guardrails, ages in here. We're talking children. This bill also undermines the rights of parents, and it gives others the authority over these lifelong and life-changing decisions for children. This bill is actually an attack on parental rights. It would give the power to the courts in custody cases where one parent maybe doesn't agree at that time with the gender-affirming care that would be sought. We heard an amendment tonight that was ruled out of order that was very, very germane to this bill. Representative Franson brought forward an amendment that would just have clarified that gender-affirming health care would not include the crime of female genital mutilation as it was defined. And we couldn't even get that guardrail into this bill. But I read something recently that said, if a surgeon uses their scalpel to permanently alter the reproductive organs of a young girl in the name of religious or cultural traditions, here in the West, we call it female genital mutilation. But if that same surgeon uses that same scalpel to permanently alter the reproductive organs of a young girl in the name of transgender ideology in the West, we call it gender-affirming care. Members, we are about to vote on a very, very important bill. I want to believe that all of the work that we do is important. But when we start dealing with our children and potential life-changing matters under the name of healthcare, we need to stop and think. And to my colleague on the other side of the aisle that just spoke, Representative, as you talked about the life expectancy of trans people being only 35, we need to look deep and hard at why that might be. Members, tonight I am going to be voting no. I would encourage a no vote on this bill. We need to continue to look at the issue, make sure our children are safe, and that their rights are protected. Please vote no.
The member from Ramsey, the author of the bill, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members, and to those who've stayed with us much later than I thought that I would be here. This is my first bill that has come to the floor. This is very much not how I expected this night to go. But I am very excited and grateful to be here, to be almost done, and I promise I won't be too long. But I'm very grateful. I'm feeling very grateful right now. And I just want to say thank you to a few people who've allowed this to happen. I have a list because I need it. I want to thank Representative Becker-Finn, who's not over there. Without you, this bill would not have gotten authored. Before the session started, this bill got 2 research with your help, and you've helped every step of the way. And simply no part of this would be happening without your help. And it means everything to me that you're here. I want to thank Representative Ryer and Keeler for carrying this bill last year, for moving us forward, and for recognizing the need that we have and that we're finally bringing to fruition tonight. Representative Kozlowski, Partners in Justice. I want to thank Dr. Gepford. I'm not sure if they're still here, but thank you so much, not just for the work you've done on this bill, but for the work you do every single day for our community. And former reps, Hunter Cantrell, Karen Clark, this is generations of work. This is generations of work from a community that has always existed, is not made up, is not created by social media, is not an invention of a modern era that simply demanded to be created and now seeks torturous, crazy. I'll be honest with you. I'm very thrown off. I want to thank Leader DeMuth for her comments at the end. I was not expecting to be feeling the way that I'm feeling at the end, but I think we now understand. We understand the distinction between what is being said on one side and what is being said on the other. Because you see us, when you see us, you see mutilated bodies. That's what you said. If it's gender-affirming care, it's gender-affirming care, but otherwise it's mutilation. And it is the most dehumanizing thing to hear in this body, and it is not how I wanted to end this, and I am very upset about it. But it's the clarity we need. The clarity we need is that we don't exist as our full, authentic self. We exist as marred, scarred, mutilated creatures who are subhuman.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Please.
Representative Davis, state your point of order.
Questioning motives.
Representative Finke, if you can speak to the bill without reference to individual personalities. Representative Finke.
I will,
I
and
do believe that Representative Finke was discussing the words in the debate and not the personalities, but we will be on guard. Representative Finke.
I will let that go. I found that to be a very shocking note for us to end this debate on. But the truth of our side is simply belied by this. It is what Representative Becker-Finn said earlier. It is what every parent who goes to their school council and says, I didn't support gender-affirming care, and then I had a trans child. When you see the difference, you know the truth. When you see a child before and after, you realize what it means to provide safety and love and yes, right? All I hear is no, no, no. We are saying yes to who you are, and this happens time and time again. This is what happens. Representative Hudson, you said I was obfuscating and getting further and further and further away. You want to know what the result of gender-affirming care is? It's just me. It's Leash. It's the people who are here. It's trans people. So when you say, what are we doing to people? Well, you're making people like me. We're just here. You can see us. Is it so hard for you to see that you have to ban gender-affirming care? You have to attack us. You have to call us against nature, outside of nature, outside of the furthest understandings of reality. Nothing could be more personal. You cannot get a more innate, personal example of what gender-affirming care means than to simply talk to a trans person. And when you say to them what you have said to them tonight, we have heard you. And that's why we need to pass this bill. I'm not going to thank us for the debate tonight. I'm going to thank my members for staying up until 5:15 to make sure this happens, to protect our community, because we see why we need this protection now more than ever. Thank you all for staying. I did not plan to get this mad, but I feel so loved by these colleagues on the floor tonight. I feel so much support, and our community is watching. Our community feels this love from Minnesota. We don't get good news. I've said this before. When the media is talking about our community, it ain't good. This is good. This is justice. This is powerful statement for what it means to love people. Vote for it.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The gallery needs to be quiet in the chamber. The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
O'Neill.
O'Neill, no.
O'Neill, no. Pryor.
Pryor, aye.
Pryor, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. Before I announce the vote, I'm just going to remind members and the gallery that we need to observe decorum in the chamber, and I would greatly appreciate that from both members and those who are with us here in the gallery. There being 68 ayes and 62 nays, House File 146 is passed and its title agreed to.